He's a phenomenal control player.
First Joel.
He's a phenomenal control player.
Chinese for emptiness or sky, Chinese for division, Chinese for existence, Chinese for nothingness, Chinese for statement, Chinese for management, Chinese for moon, Chinese for possibility, Chinese for acquisition, Chinese for secrecy, Chinese for celebration, Chinese for unity, Chinese for fullness, Chinese for prohibition, Chinese for finger, katakana sa, katakana koko.
Thank you for the subs already, bros. Mr. Chimba and Phantoman. And thank you for the raid PT Bench. Alright, I guess we'll start today by reviewing the ban and restricted announcement from yesterday. I was not streaming, so I was not able to react to it live. Raz is stream live. Are we losing frames? Dropping frames? No, seems okay. Alright, seems okay. So I can look at what Iron Duke
He's a phenomenal control player.
posted.
Something something, thanks Zik for the sub.
Alzik. Iron Duke is a developer in Magic R&D and has been with Wizards of the Coast since 2012. A gift of an Ice Age starter deck in 95 sparked Lion's lifelong passion for Magic. He also enjoys maths, physics, board games, and puzzles. To the surprise of few, his favorite guild is Azorius. I mean, it does surprise me, honestly. So I guess I'm one of the few. By the extension. So yeah,
He's a
standard.
phenomenal control player.
Hello Mr. Canista. It's our anniversary. Is Bantalk still bannable on this channel?
Bantalk is still bannable on this channel. Of course, like when we're discussing a ban announcement to a lesser degree, we're gonna be a bit more lenient, but still, every time I allow a little bit of Bantalk, it slips into the most despicable, pointless blabbering. Play Pioneer. I will play Pioneer today. I'm not gonna be playing Modern, I think. But we're just gonna review the announcements. So Meathook Massacre is banned and Yorion is banned. MTG Arena effective 13th, online and tabletop immediate. It's already effective, alright. Standard. As is often the case, the standard card pool rotation with the release of Dominaria United caused quite a shakeup, with cards from the new set finding their places onto decks. As the format has settled into place, the color black has proven powerful and prolific. Despite that commonly shared color, we're seeing good diversity among competitive decks and strategies, and player engagement with the format has been healthy. Has it? To provide a small push
He's a phenomenal control player.
against the color black's
Rip in
play
peace,
rate among
Birdie.
competitive decks, we're choosing to ban one black card. Thank you, Mario, for the resub. When we get to 100% scam train, can we get level 2 bros just on resubs? We'll see. We discussed several different options as no single black card stood out as a major power outlier played by all decks containing black. Ultimately, we decided that banning the Meathook Massacre was the best choice, as it's one of the most powerful black cards in the format, is especially powerful against specific archetypes, and has had its time to shine in standard for over a year. Do I want them to ban every single black card in standard? Sounds cringe. No, I don't. Canister, may I make a request about deck guides? That they go deeper into details for matchups. Your cyborg guides are great, but I need to be spoon-fed strategies. Sure, you might request that. Your request might or might not be provided, but definitely I will take it into consideration. Thank you for your feedback. So yeah, in standard, Meathook Massacre, weird ban a bit, but also it's kind of weird for there to be ban in standard in general, and it's like even in the description they telling you it's not a ban like It's not that Meathook Massacre is an egregious card. It's that Meathook Massacre is one of the 10,000 black cards, which are pretty good in the format, and in general, black is a bit better than other colors. So I don't know where that is going to lead them, and you know, if like the future sets are like built with that in mind, we're scaling a little bit back on black's power level, but it's, I think, a bit of a weird ban. Not sure how I feel about it, but I also don't play standard, so I guess for the most part I don't. Remember, the old canister had no friends, no viewers, lived in a shoebox, played Magic Online. Thanks. We're gonna be playing Magic Online today too. Modern has been in a healthy place since the last banned and restricted update, with good diversity among archetypes and even the most popular competitive decks occupying a relatively small slice of the metagame. About 5 to 6% each on Magic Online. However, as tabletop modern play continues to rebound, since the height of the pandemic, you have decided to enact a change that we've been considering for some time by banning Yorion Sky Nomad. Yorion most commonly appears as a companion in 4-color Omnath decks, which show a strong win rate. See, this is what I'm... Pros, they had a strong win rate. Was that the case? Was that true? They certainly didn't appear to have a strong win rate on Magic Online. They didn't have a strong presence. I guess maybe they had minimal presence. But whatever, like they had a strong win rate according to the matchup data. Maybe they had the NA RCQs data. In addition to game balance concerns with the deck, we're also factoring in the physical dexterity requirements of playing with a large deck for tabletop. We're worried of the metagame reaching a point where players are playing the deck because of its perceived strength and win rate despite knowledge. Is perceived strength and win rate, or is it perceived strength and perceived win rate? Despite not enjoying how cumbersome it can be to operate. Alright, it does seem like it's just addressing the like bitching about the Yorion, which I think the bitching was well founded and fairly reasonable. Because I do think World is better without Yorion in Magic Online and Magic in general. MTG data on Twitter. 4-color control, 53% win rate. Dominates is at Murktide. So 40 match samples across matchups. Which dominates Hammer. Does not dominate Creativity. Does not dominate Burn. Does dominate Amulet Titan. Does dominate Rakdos Undying. Does dominate Rakdos Azorius Control. Rhinos too. Well, I guess that's like largely tracks. A cycle of pitch cards plus companion just feels dumb, doesn't it? I think the pitch cards, like, I think there is a lot that's misunderstood about the pitch elementals, because really, in all serious matchups of Magic the Gathering, the pitch elementals are at least 3/4 hardcast and 1/4 pitch, with the pitch option being emergency, where you like mostly going to be losing. I think, at least, like that's was my experience with the elemental deck, and the free aspect of them is fairly minimal. Although, like, it's also that the pitch effects are removal effects, and it's not because people are used to Force of Will. Force of Will, you win plenty of games where you pitch Force of Will. You literally can't hardcast Force of Will. Well, you can, but you can't hardcast Force of Will in many games. And with Force of Will, you do pitch it and win plenty of games because of that, because they counterspell, so it stops combo decks. So it's great for it to be a pitch card in that manner. While Solitude is a removal spell, and that stops creature decks more so than combo decks. So it just doesn't really play like Force of Will, because it does not stop things. It doesn't have things to stop in the vein that Force of Will does. So it is free, and it does make the deck better. Like, it does make the card better having the option to pitch it for free, but the reason you play it is because of the intersection of being a good hardcast card and also an emergency pitch card. So you just, I think the free 0 mana-ness of the elementals is not that important.
He's a phenomenal control player.
Thank you, Carrion Flinch, for saying exactly what I was saying, roughly. And thank you, Chi Chi Chi, for the sub. Yes, Force of Will does not sound like a great card versus Folklore and Murktide. It's still really good, because a counter spell is so much more powerful than a removal spell, but on principle it would not be great. Will there be a new 60 card elemental deck attempt by Mr. Streamerman? We'll talk about it in a moment. While these physical dexterity issues exist to a lesser degree in other formats like Pioneer, Modern specifically entails more shuffling and other physical card manipulation because of the deep card pool of card selection spells, fetch lands, and so on. Fair. Cards encouraging large decks like Battle of Wits have existed in the past, but usually on the fringes of competitive play rather than as one of the strongest decks. Fair. Finally, we've also heard from many players that the repeated triggers caused by Yorion and many of the cards surrounding it can lead to repetitive gameplay patterns and long games with lots of downtime between the other players' actions. It's important that net player experience playing with the top decks a fun one, and while we're okay with such decks existing, it can make the format less enjoyable when these patterns are associated with one of the strongest decks for over a long period of time. Therefore, to make Modern as fun and accessible as it can be for all types of players, Yorion is banned in Modern. Alright, so to me, it reads like Yorion, like they acknowledge the real logistical issue with Yorion, and they also caved into the NA big fish in small ponds, dominating their RCQs over and over with super tuned 4-color decks that had no bad matchups. But I think the justification goes like a little bit around the issue, but I think it's means to say that it's mostly the logistics, which I think is fine, and in general, I am pro no companion in modern, and then, well, I'm happier now. What they say for Pioneer is proof they just make shit up. We'll see in a while, but yeah, like I wouldn't pay extreme like I wouldn't believe this to be extremely well thought out, extremely well researched few paragraphs. It's just, like an explanation that does make sense. So shouldn't really get angry that you find something to be an inconsistency in it. I think to me it reads like an acknowledgement of, I guess, the tournament problematic things, of the fact that companions suck in general, but they're not gonna say that, and of the fact that somehow, inexplicably, the Yorion deck did seem to have an exquisite win rate in the NA RCQs. Oh no, people can't shuffle this deck, but they sure like to play Commander a lot. ... Well, question is, do you play Commander with clocks? Shared clocks even. Or 50 minutes and 3 games. No objective reason supported banning, but we need to do it to shut a few people up, plus rounds keep going to time. Well, that sounds pretty objective to me, rounds going to time. Like the one big paper tournament I played, the Copenhagen one, I got a draw round 1 because I'm playing as a slow gamer. And I did get trapped in the Yorion Hell because, well, people just drew with the Yorion decks. That is valid, I think. Rounds going to time happened every time. That's fine. But if they disproportionately more go to time more often because of a certain deck, then, well, I think it's pretty clear that the deck is to blame. If you ever watched it, if you ever watched Nassif in a double red clock situation against the mirror match. It's also like you do pick up your 80 card deck and search for a single card in it every turn. So you're saying we need to add more time to the clock? That would be one solution, but banning Yorion is also another solution. Also, like, honestly, what annoys me is that I will see this stupid card for forever, I guess. I declare Giganta as my companion. Does it matter? No, it does not, except for that 1.6% times where it kinda matters and maybe even influence the game. Then I guess I improved my win rate by a fraction of a percent. Only downside of buying Yorion is people now think it's powerful. True, yeah. The only true Jagana deck is Throne. Anyone else playing is lying to themselves. Sure. Should just be like the Pokemon Tardiness rule. If you play Euro and go to time, you lose. Sure. But that still wouldn't make it really a manageable thing, right? I don't think that would be a solution that would be fine. What do they mean, all types of players? Players with small hands. Spikes with small hands that don't enjoy the soupy gameplay of Furion decks, but feel compelled to play it because they believe it's the best, I guess, and other people. What about players with no hands? As fun and accessible as it can be, so sometimes you just can't do more. Would 4 colors still be playable? It's probably playable as a deck in some form. Like, those are still, this is a deck of good cards, you can play it. Although the more I think about Modern, the more I have doubts about Omnath being a good card in Modern. Because what does Omnath really do? When you ask this question, sometimes you'll get the snarky response with, oh, what doesn't it do? It does everything. But no, like, think about what does it do. At the relatively heavy opportunity cost of being a 4-cost creature, you get a 4/4, you draw, and you have the landfall ability. So it's a, when Omnath works, when it's uninterrupted, on the first turn, it's a free 4/4, free life. Draw a card. It's card free and it's mana free. That is fairly powerful. because it is, you're down no resources, right? Effectively, if it all works. And then on subsequent turns, if it lives, it's lots of mana. So it does have a ceiling that is pretty high. And it's, if it lives, it certainly does modern power level things. On the other hand, it is a 4 mana card, which means that it cannot work. And when it doesn't work, it's answered by a 1 or 2 mana card. Either Counterspell answers it completely, and that's a huge loss, or a removal spell answers it for just 1 mana. Well, it's Unholy. I guess not every color has the removal spells, but Unholy Heat is a popular removal spell that answers for 1 mana, so is Mystical Dispute.
He's a phenomenal control player.
I love Kanista talking about Eadstapple.
So it's still, it is unfair to say that Omnath has no opportunity cost. That playing Omnath has no opportunity cost. It certainly does. Thank you for the sub, Joseph MTG. Do I know a better 4 mana card other than Creativity? I guess. Yeah, Creativity. What else is played in Modern? It's a very good 4 mana card. I guess Yawgmoth and Yawgmoth. It's probably about it. It's probably about it. So it's a really powerful 4 mana card, although it does come with all the...
He's a phenomenal control player.
Poggy's almost 2 years.
Opportunity cost of being a 4 mana card, and it does feel a bit weird to me to auto autoplay 4 copies of Omnath every time. When I thought about it. It's also like the fact that pitches to staff, but I think pitching is overrated too, as I mentioned earlier. Pitch it to Solitude. Yeah, in the past there were decks that were playing just 2 Omnaths. That's kinda made sense. Thank you, Nazumi, for the sub. The set of abilities on Omnath would normally be only like a 7 mana card, sure. Kanye said, are you gonna try a 60 cards Elementals 4 color deck now? No, I will be playing Pioneer instead. Sophia is approaching, and I think more value is to be gained for me to play Pioneer, so I will be a Pioneer gamer. Those decks are also not really new decks. 60 card decks existed for ages, and not much really changes online, as the last time I played against a Yorion deck, 4 color Yorion deck, was a while ago. Will there be last chance qualifier in Sofia? Yes. It's played the Elemental Companion, I know. I just don't understand how they can ban something so bad and unplayable. They just banned it because companions are poorly received in general, I think. That's it. That's all that happened. It does seem to tell you that it's not a power level concern, but everything else concern.
He's a phenomenal control player.
2 companions down, 8 more to go.
Sure, but really all of them should be banned, not randomly. Well, that's the route they pursue. Instead of unaccompanying companions, they will just ban them individually. I think I would prefer just like the removal of the rule, but the other ones don't really matter comparatively, which makes them more palatable in general. You'll play against M. Hayashi or an M. Hayashi disciple every now and then with an Obosh tag. It's gonna be fine. It doesn't really make a difference. M. Hayashi likes it, so like he's gonna have fun from that. What do we need to do to get Keruga banned? Well, good question. Played against a Jeskai Obosh once, was kinda based. There was an Umori sorcery deck once. This is Umori creature, so not really Umori. Wow, Grease is a Umori creature. But yeah, like Umori Obosh, I have no issue. But I do agree that I don't like Kahira and Giganta just being in decks, and it's just a bit tiring, but Umori the Collector. Sorcery Umori bros. Two free. Seems appropriate, yeah. So it's a mono black Mastermind's acquisition deck, and it cheats the system by having access to one Ugin in the sideboard, but it doesn't even have any instants to wish for. So I thought it's staying true to its sorcery theme by not playing anything. Appear it's a Caval Coffer stack. Wow. What do you think of Kotosa, the Silent Spider, and 5-color Niv instead of Scarab God? Scarab God is largely unimpressive, so I don't hate cutting it. It's really very medium every time I play it. Umori without ramp is abysmal. It was a ramp deck though. They had the coffers. And even Sylvan's trying to fetch it. Overall, Pioneer looks to be in a good place as we head into the RCQ season. Throughout November and December, we're seeing a wide variety of strategies employed by the most popular decks. Kotosa looks bad. Yes, I guess my answer was more of a statement on Scarab God's power level than Kotosa's power level. The most played deck on Magic Online is Rakdos Midrange with about 13% metagame share. None of the top 20 decks have a non-mirror match win rate of more than about 53%. Chat. Does that mean that some decks have a mirror match win rate of more than 53%? Have to sell of the Nyctos promos. Bros, how I love people saying stuff. What it does feel to me is that the people who hate mono green with all of their heart in Pioneer and who think the deck is absolutely broken just haven't played it. Just sounds like people. These opinions seem to be spouted by people who have just never played the deck. My experience is just so distant from the average Nyctos bitcher that we have heard a lot of positivity from players about the state of the format. True, not always. Mono green is broken if the opponent plays it. True. Mono green is like Yorion. Repetitive gameplay, long time between opponents making action and not too strong. I guess that's an observation you can make. It's kind of fair. We'll continue to keep an eye on the health of the format, especially as it undergoes more competitive pressure from the RCQs. What about the regional championship itself? Just the qualifiers is what interests you, but not the RC? As things currently stand, we don't anticipate any changes before or during that season. Did they just mean to say regional championship in both times? No? I don't know. The Legacy metagame is looking healthy, with top decks all having strengths and weaknesses against each other. Since the ban of Ragavan in January, the most popular deck is a Deliver, has had its win rate trend downward. According to Magic Online data, it represents about 9% of the field, and has a non-mirror match win rate of 52%, with both positive and negative matchups against the next 10 most played decks. The past year has brought several new impactful cards to competitive Legacy, including Unlicensed Hairs, Fable, Ledger Shredder, Leyline Binding, and more. Somebody in the Discord linked a tweet from somebody, some person with a Balustrade Spy profile picture saying, "What the fuck is leyline binding?" Which was a pretty funny tweet. And also, I don't think I've seen that card, and it would surprise me in a Wasteland format, but sure. We can search for it. Have you seen the leagues are noise versus league data is valuable debate on Twitter? No, I don't read Twitter. I just shitpost. Folklore Cascade, 5-color Allure, and Vurg. What they're cascading into? Rhinos. Nice. 5-color Alluren with the overpowered Yorion, 4 leyline binding. Triumphs in Legacy, nice. 2 Triumphs in Legacy. And Yorion Soup for leyline binding. Alright, I guess it is played a bit. That's fair. With Yorion banned, do I just go back to your 60 card elemental list? Spacebar question mark. I'm not sure I would be interested in playing a deck like that. I think there is very few decks that just like elementals is good at one job. It's to beat decks that just deploy creatures and don't do much else. So the only deck that is remotely close to doing that in Modern right now from amongst playable decks is Hammer. So I just have no desire to play elementals. There is like you can play the deck, but what are gonna be your good matchups? You're gonna have none. So you can play it, but I wouldn't recommend it. Murktide also. I don't think Elemental's Risen Reef is particularly good against Murktide. You fall into the tempo black hole too often, and Ephemerate is a dead card way too often, and for as many games where your opponent doesn't have early pressure and you get to Cavern of Souls out and a Reef after a Reef and a Nomnath and you don't die in the meantime, there's plenty of games where they play a monkey and you die. What do you think the Yorion ban means for Murktide? I think it means that Murktide becomes still the best deck that it is. Which, what I just said is absolutely contrary to the data from the MTG data _ data. But it's the data that's wrong. It's not me. But I think not much changes, honestly. Like online, I played against Yorion super rarely anyways. Or maybe it's creativity that's the best deck, honestly. I think once creativity cut the Crabster, it honestly might be the best deck. Hello from New Zealand. We love bans. Good. So maybe Blue-Red is not the best deck. Maybe Blue-Red is the worst deck like the chart suggests. Alright, so I'm not unhappy with the ban. I think the explanation is kind of wonky, but also I just wouldn't put this much credit into the explanation being well crafted, and I would just not get mad about the inconsistencies you find in Ian Duke's statements. It's fine. We all know that the real reason Yorion got banned is because Yorion is hacking cringe, and that's just the most important criteria after all. I think they're fairly consistent banning unfun combo and control cards, sure. Can't we just do good stuff 60 cards like this? You can, but what do you think are gonna be your good matchups? What do you think this deck is good against? I'm not sure. I think it does not excel particularly at playing a control role against neither Murktide nor creativity. But it's probably a playable deck to play. Just not one I would be drawn towards and would want to play it much. There's a 22 lens deck. The more I play... Also a note about Orvar. I have learned that Orvar can get countered by a Veil of Summer. Because Orvar getting discarded is a trigger. When a spell or ability an opponent controls causes you to discard this card, create a token that's a copy of target permanent. So it's a blue ability. Because it's sourced from a blue card on the stack. Therefore, having a Veil of Summer will protect you from Orvar entering as a copy of... creating a copy of your Archon. It's just not gonna create any tokens. So, the card is not actually all that good. Well, it's still pretty good, but they do have a pretty easy counterplay that's already in their deck that they will already want to have against you. So, it's not an answer to everything. At least they won't draw a card. The second card that is... Yeah, from the Veil. Do I think Gutshot is a strong card versus creativity? Random thought of the day. A strong card against Transmogrify. I don't know about creativity. What if you run Orvar and Titan? Then it gets better. But you need to worry about your opponent switching to Iona or Emrakul if they play that, because that is still gonna get you. Although against Titan, obviously Veil is not a good card, so Orvar seems like more effective from that deck. At the same time, it's a bit costly for Amulet to play random cards. Or Sundering Titan, yeah. I don't personally like Sundering Titan in a deck that plays 4 to 5 colors of typed mana in its mana base itself, but some people play that, yeah. What about Nullhide Ferox? Good suggestion. So, yeah, the Gutshot can get creativity gamers, but it's really bad against Persist if you play against a 5-8 gamer like me, and it's really bad against creativity on a token, and you kind of go down a card by having it in your hand. Although I would say it's like it's a fine tool in an arsenal, but not a particularly exciting one. Is an Obstinate Baloth better than Ferox? Well, if your plan is to punch through a 6/6, then which one does it better? Obstinate Balov is just gonna sit there, gain you 4 life, and die to the Archon. Truth to be told, so will Ferox. Ferox is not gonna matter against an Archon. So he'll just take 6, attack you, you sacrifice, and you like shrug and say yeah, sure. So if you want to play a hate card in Amulet, I think Orvar fits okay here if you have space. It's probably better than Engineered Explosives too. But also about the 4-color modern decks. The more I played with 4-color and thought about it lately, the less I'm sure that Omnath and Teferi are actually good cards in Modern. So let me explain. This is a good stuff deck built on the premise of having high card quality and answers to stuff and card advantage. So you just want to be playing the best card, individually best card in every slot. And I'm not actually sure if Omnath and Teferi are actually particularly good, if they actually build your deck around them good to play in the format of Modern right now. I think they are actually a bit subpar, a bit below what they would need to be for a 3 mana and 4 mana card to be comfortably played. And especially in 4 copies. Some time ago I made a poll on my Twitter asking you if in the matchup of Teferi and Counterspell, which card is ahead? Most people voted that it's Teferi who comes ahead of Counterspell, but I am not sure. It's a 3 mana sorcery speed card versus a 2 mana counter. If it lines up for a Counterspell player, and it will, because it's cheaper most often, then it's just kind of bad. You spend more mana, your opponent spends less mana, and they have time to tempo you with their tempo plays. I think like expensive sorceries are kinda a bit tough to play. Teferi is probably good against all these stuff people don't play because Teferi is in 4-color decks. I'm not sure. I'm also... With time I have become more and more lukewarm about the effects of Teferi on the Cascade decks, and I think it's not a particularly strong hate card for Cascade. It's probably a card that has higher in replacement value, but not by much. Because I think Teferi exactly does a very medium job of being a hate card for Cascade decks. Anyways, we're going to take a look at the Pioneer challenges and at the Mox deck lists. Teferi is a one-sided city assaulted with upside. Thank you for reading the card out for me. Yet, I would not want to play a City of Solitude in my modern decks. For no reason. Therefore, there needs to be a higher bar than that. The effect of the card is strong. It is not a bad card. I don't think it's of the power level necessarily where I want to play 4 copies of it and base my deck around hashtag playing good cards and rely on Teferi being the good card that takes over. That's what I mean. There's no Mox Deckless. No, there is Mox Deckless here.
He's a phenomenal control player.
Wow, everyone went 6-0. So you think we're gonna see few Omnav's deck by now? What do you mean? Do you mean fewer? Or do you mean... There were Omnav decks before. There will be in the future. That's... They were not super popular on Magic Online anyways. You probably see some. Thank you, Jai V0, for your subscriptions. So in the Magic Online Champions Showcase Season 2 Pioneer, Alberto Sanchez Diaz played Band Company. The damage free the 3 Elemental Saga and DRC will seem weak cards too, sure. Not necessarily, but... Yes, like power level is contextual. Canessa, I remember you in the old house when you had 1 wall, sure. Thank you for visiting my stream again, Jay Myers, but what is your broader point? I do remember you visiting the stream too. Kahira, the new boss. Kahira can't quite be a boss. Kahira is a barely relevant card that people free roll in a fairly toxic way. But I would guess that the effect of Kahira on a win rate of a blue-white control deck is minimal.
He's a phenomenal
Rounding
control
error.
player.
1 year less than 3.
I did not buy any Tabernacles now. Speculate in the sideboard. Don't quite understand this deck. It's like a humans deck, but does not actually have humans energies. So it just has like elves. Reflector Mage, Splash. To swap for Spell Queller, Splash. I guess a Reflector Mage seems like a pretty good card against Mono Green, potentially. Thank you for the reset, Flex X. Unfortunately, I don't know how they went in the mocks. It's also only three rounds played. 2 Omna, 3 Niv Mizzet Reborn. Sylvan Caryatid, Zephyr's Glyph, Valky. Mostly normal stuff. The Celestus, I don't quite understand, but Leyline Binding seems like a decent inclusion in Niv. To an extent. It does answer the Trolls and Cavaliers nicely. Well, we get 1, 4, 5, 6, 7, 13, 16. 16 rainbow cards in the deck. So you don't even draw that many with the Niv Mizzet probably. I mean 16 is a decent amount. And you've got some more in the sideboard. 17. 5, 6, 7. 13 plus 3, 16. In the sideboard, some random cards. Garu Cursed Huntsman, nice. Cherry Man with Mono Green Devotion. One Teferi who slows the Sunset, Sky Sovereign for 21 lands. More Sky Sovereigns in the sideboards. Solid. I do think Teferi is kind of a meme card though. I don't think it's... I'm not entirely convinced that its powerfulness outweighs the uncastability. Marcio Carvalho, 6-0 with Izzet Phoenix. Which is a fairly stock build, I guess. They used to look identical to what they look right now. Is it the same deck list? Seems to be the same deck list. Either they net decked each other or they work together. I still have the Kaiba outfit, I do, yeah. I think the odds that they landed up on the same exact cards down to the last sideboard card is a bit unlikely. This deck cracks me up. One Arclight Phoenix, what the hell, bro? What are you doing here? 4 Monastery Mentor, 1 Arclight Phoenix, 6 Opts, 4 Fire Impulse, 1 Spell Pierce, 2 Galvanic, Iteration Temporal Trespass. So it's like a Phoenix less Phoenix, 2 Big Score, 1 Leyline Binding, in a deck with 3 land types. So 1... What the hell? So weird. Ledger Shatters in the sideboard, okay.
He's a phenomenal control player.
Subbing is so cringe, why am I doing it? I guess it's free Bezos bucks anyway. Bonus meme, ye double bonus meme, there is no double bonus meme.
A Mentor is interesting with Temporal Trespass type stuff. Seems relatively solid. Can cast many spells on those turns, I guess. But it's definitely odd to see 1 Arclight Phoenix in a deck. I don't think I've seen 1 Arclight Phoenix before. I'm not sure I've seen 3 Arclight Phoenix before. Yeah, it's the Hornet Queen and Legacy Gamer. Tomasa Oz with 2 Shouldered. Normal Rakdos. Yeah, even the Pioneer Challenge deck has 2 Arclight Phoenix. Tommy Ashton with Mono Green Devotion. 1 Teferi, 1 Sky Sovereign. This seems the same as Cherry's deck. They have exactly the same sideboard. No, Cherry has no Heart of Kiran, so I guess the mono green decks are just the same because they are the same, not because they work together. I think we should play a league with the Phoenix deck. Was a Pioneer preliminary in 2 hours, 38 minutes. Maybe we're gonna play it. What do I think about Phoenix? I don't actually know. I think I need to play a league with it right now. Different approaches to building a treasure cruise deck left me with a sour taste. And allegedly, it's a poor deck versus red-black, which is a concern, but also not a reason for it to disappear from the surface of the earth, maybe as hard as it did. But I don't have a strong opinion either way. I think Marches and Nathan list is really fine-tuned to the meta game. Everything makes sense to you. Maybe it is, but I'm not sure to what meta game is it tuned. Like, I'm not sure how the... I don't actually see how the tuning manifests, so I can't really say that myself. Is Phoenix allegedly good versus green? I think it's... I don't have a strong opinion on if it goes in either way. Ginger told me Lotus is good versus red-black. Is there any reason to test Lotus for the RCs other than being good versus red-black? I think you probably will come out wiser if you play a little bit with it. So it's only upside to play with it if you have spare time, right? Rather than not to play with it. But personally, I've always found Lotus Field to be a little bit internally not consistent enough. Not consistent enough. It's slow. It's a combo deck that does not race well against the decks that need racing. Mono green and aggro decks just outrace you. And then like red black still has discard spells, so it's not like they can't win. Like the 4th season 2 underdog is going to take plenty of games from you. Timing spheres are not around, but they're gonna be always around in mono green, so I have to worry about that. And I mean, you can hope to play against red black all day. You can play against red black 3 times during the day, but you're not gonna be playing against the deck all the time. Do I have any experience about the mono white versus red black matchup? Not much. I have watched Splace Ginger play that matchup from the red black side a little bit, but typically when I watch Ginger, I shitpost instead of watching the game, so I can't say I really learned much, but I think he seems to be mostly stabilizing at some point and winning. Like, I don't know how you win with humans when you're on the draw and your opponent has a Bone Crusher Giant in hand, and seems a bit tough to win in a spot like that. Has Phoenix got anything meaningful from the last sets? Not really, it's the same deck as it was. What do you think of the 10th place Sunday Challenge Keruga deck? Keruga the Macro Sage. Play turn 3 and turn 4 Wedding Invitation to beat red black. That's a good strat. Maybe I'll play a league with mono white humans with 4 Wedding Invitation then. Do you sideboard out Thalia then? Well, not invitation, wedding announcement, I assume. No modern decklist, Lukic, Pepe Sad. Congrats on your victory, Xerk 4. There's 2 mono white human stacks in there. I played with it in a crunch. Probably should try it again. Thank you, Is That True Hero, for your Raider Oni. Enchantment, Pog. Very nice. Very true. Pigonti loves you, thanks. Free Lovestruck Beast, what? Ooh, Pavelo Elo. Hello. Giganta the Wellspring. We are going to keep us. Why not? I'm going to play Hall of the Storm Giantes and pass. Let's see, a Mountain Soulscar Mage. Mountain is not heroic, so it's probably a mono red deck of some sorts. Can only assume. Let's cast a Consider. Probably afford another Consider to feel myself up a little bit. Let's see, my opponent plays another creature. I guess I would want to kill it if it just attacks because of the light up the stage. Although place a land first. We can maybe Jabade an instant on my face if I cast it like that. So we can trick them. Yeah. Very nice. Temporal Trespass. We can keep that. In that way, I'm going to have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 cards in my graveyard. So still not really able to cast that. I think I should bin that then. I'm against an aggro deck too. Almost I should really just play the puzzles. Next time we draw the iterations, so now I regret maybe a bit, but only a bit. So here I think we're going to play Pathway on red and just piece the puzzle. Could play the Thing in the Ice Opt to start amassing counters, which is honestly also a competitive choice. I remove more counters. I think that makes more sense to me then. If they play Eidolon, it's better to play Thing in the Ice first, I feel like. Eidolon of Giganta. Good point. Gonna keep this, I think it's fine. I'm gonna say land drop, which is bad. But I'll just take the opportunity to spell the pieces. Let's take the Fiery Impulse. Probably other pieces. Probably just going to... Too bad I didn't get offered an opt. Probably just going to try to... Next turn... I'll flip the Thing. Ooh, Reckless Rage. Alright, no Thing, flip Link. So if we draw a land, I guess if we draw a land or we don't, it doesn't change anything. I can't get the phoenixes back this turn, so we're just gonna fiery impulse this. Maybe keeping the lightning axe was a mistake and I should have scryed for a land. Not guaranteed that I would have gotten it, but Reckless Rage doesn't actually kill my Ledger Shredder, but it does kill Etchings of Kumano. So it's an interesting choice to play Reckless Rage with Kumano, I have to admit. Can get back 2 Phoenixes. Can get back 2 Phoenixes. Can start by fire impulsing the Etchings of Kumano. If Reckless Rage respawns, then I'm fine. Because we get the connive in response, so we survive. Although I guess we can guarantee the Phoenix then, which is a bit stinky. Whoops. Well, we can guarantee the Phoenix with the spell pierce, which honestly may be worth doing. I think that's what I want to do. Just go aggressive attack for 6. It's a bit of a stinky move, but we attack for heavy damages. Seems like we attack for 9. No play with fire on my Arclight Phoenix. Have found the deck wants to hit the first 5 land drops at minimum. Well, for sure. It is beneficial to have access to mana for your cantrips to cantrip stuff. If you don't have access to stuff, then it's harder to cantrip. And especially with pieces of the puzzle never getting you lands. There's Spike Wheel Hazard, but mostly not getting you lands. You assuredly should prioritize hitting
He's
land
a
drops
phenomenal
with your
control
artifacts.
player.
Good morning all.
Which I guess is what made iteration so good in this deck. This iteration is an almost surefire way to make your land drops. Don't think I can lose if I attack pieces, play tap land. Thank you, Coffee Money, for your subscription. Yeah, he's like
He's a
trying to survive
phenomenal
now, so.
control player.
R.I.P. Yorian.
Rip in pieces, Yorion, indeed. Very well put, thank you for the sub. Can prep for a Phoenix reanimation next turn, and we can take, I don't know, Opt, Treasure Cruise. Once Cancer decided to never play Yorion again, they banned Yorion. Yes, for logistical reasons. Then of the Bugbear activation, I go to 11. Gets 1 card in hand. Turururu, turururu, tururum, turururum. Mhm, mhm, mhm. Yes, Yaran is still legal and Pioneer and Legacy. Let's kill them. Took me a while to realize to go face. Young Pyromancer does not seem particularly excellent. Mescal Dispute and Disdainful Stroke do not look particularly excellent. Ethergas does not seem particularly excellent. Young Pyromancer, Anger of the Gods, maybe, but the prize creatures, they won't really outgrow Anger. There's the Dwarf, which maybe will. Spell Pierce is not useless. I think we don't need to sideboard for the most part against a mono-red aggro deck. I probably will bring an Anger over a Spell Pierce on the draw. The Spell Pierce, most of the spells are cheap, even if it's nice to counter the card advantage spells, and Ethergas is just also extremely inefficient. Not even Ethergas. Ethergas is not particularly good against 1 and 2 mana cards. Maybe Trespass package out. I could trim down a Trespass or a Staff through. I don't really have stuff to bring. I could have like upgrade Ethergas instead of the Trespasses. But I think Spell Pierce, well, maybe Spell Pierce is better for being cheap. Bring a Braid as a cheap removal too. You can like cut those two to have Ethergas too, maybe. Maybe it's better. I guess it's just an aggro deck. It's gonna die to Arclight Phoenixes and control cards. So I can play pretty clear role. Moves to 6 against a solid hand. Is there a card that it's more expensive than the card that it answers and is fine? Well, if you have a Flametongue Kavu, if you Flametongue Kavu a 2-drop or a 3-drop, that's very fine, right? There's no... Interestingly, no idle, no Giganta anymore. I think I could play Tapland to save life. I did not play back then, but the Flametongue Kavu is pretty... I did play in Modern Horizons 2, and for example, when you saw to the 2-mana creature, Murktide Regent, that's pretty fine actually, if it works. But I think Flametongue Kavu is a more common language used. I think saving life points is probably worth a lot. Oh yeah, -2 Liliana Tarmogoyf, that's pretty good too. Like if you have something left, like if you get something left behind, then of course it can be a good exchange. You spend more mana, you gain value, but then like you gain card advantage. You need to gain either some material or some thing. Tormod script. Very well. Is there a non-permanent card that it's more expensive than the card that answers and is fine? Well, if you have Well of Summer, a Force of Will, then I'm very happy with that, I think, too. If you cryptic command any spell on the stack, maybe I should have Lightning Axe the Solskar. Charming One Drop is pretty good, yeah. But you know, all of the cards that go plus on cards. Helix a Goblin Guide counts. Helix a Goblin Guide counts for sure, yeah. That's a pretty good answer. Might cruise now, or I could Lightning Axe the Soulscar. I'm not returning Phoenix anyway, so I could consider. If I play pieces, my next turn is gonna be strong, but I'm afraid I will bleed life points unnecessarily. Which seems like a more likely way to lose the game. Alright, we're going to gas this Soulscar Mage very hard, bros. And I'm going to be happy about it. Consider opt finding a Phoenix to pick for Axe. It doesn't really matter to discard a Phoenix for the Axe, as there is a Tormod script in play anyways, right? So it just doesn't make a difference. Let's make it so that we draw 3 cards without the Tormod script interfering. Just make him crack the Tormods with only one Phoenix engrave is good, no? Spacebar question mark. Well, potentially, what I want to achieve is to cast my cruise. Like, I don't have the Phoenix, right? If I had the Phoenix, I could discard it to try to force it, but I'm not going to actively search for the Phoenix. I want to find a land now. Although I'll take a removal spell. Because I will win this game by card advantage, right? If I can withstand the monsters, which we did, seems like. So yeah, nice thermal script, bro. I think it's time to deploy my shredders to shred my opponent down. Chart doesn't really do anything. I want to discard spells for the counters. I play my top land now. I think the thing in the ice can potentially be discarded. It does not really synergize with shredders in play. If my opponent goes Swift Spear, Kumano, then my shredders are gonna grow. What double costed cards is he bringing though? Red. Maybe Eidolons. Swift Spear, yeah. We see a Kumano faces Shimano. So I guess we're gonna resolve the 2-for-1 first. Might see a Reckless Rage, yeah. So the first one, discards whatever. Let's discard the Pathway. Not sure, maybe it's bad. Let's discard Thing. Hopefully can make it a 2-4 with pieces plus cantrip. But we'll Spikefield Hazard this because we have an opportunity to do so.
He's a phenomenal control player.
Take my Priime streamer.
Priime. Thank you very much for a Priime. Cruise. Alright, I got crypted. That's really good for me because I don't have delve spells anymore, right? 1, 2. Yeah, all delve spells are gone, so this was a useless script from my perspective. Do you want to grow? Oh, there. Actually, I don't know, bros. Alright, I'll just play slow. Let's just make land. I'm winning this. Can someone explain the control player bit? Was it about Amulet Titan? I need to change it because nobody gets it and it's not actually that funny. But it was about playing control in general. By me, which I kinda don't really do. Is your instinct that Shredder is a better fit in the Phoenix deck than Thing in the Ice? I don't have a strong opinion. I copied Nathan's and Marcio's deck list, and it seems powerful. Seems redundant. I see you more as a control than aggro Kaneki. Yeah, I see myself as a combo gamer. Which is vague. Like Shredder is a generally good card and a discard outlet for Arclight Phoenix, so it's kinda internally consistent with the deck and thing in the I say mono green hate card. It's like this. Interesting. A braid? What the hell? I have 2 Phoenixes, most likely. Spell Pierce is useless. We both have anger against each other. Alright, so I have 1 card in my deck, I guess. Aye. He plays 2 cards and makes me draw the Ledger Shredder, I'll die. So I guess I don't want to cast cantrips. Can cast Phoenix in the upkeep through. Well, not really. Spikefield my own Shredder. Why? Probably Spikefield face. I guess spike them and put the gas on top. Seems good. Because I don't want to spike a Phoenix on top because that's gonna be not okay. But anger doesn't answer this. I guess an anger and a burn spell that finishes this answers this. So, you know, I was shit talking Aethergas, but it seems to actually be crucial in making me not mill. This Anger of the Gods surprisingly kinda scary. If I had no Trespass, no gas in my deck, I could actually lose to it. Hmm. Interesting. Interesting plan on my opponents. You miss both halls. Yeah, I guess I milled both halls, which made it... Yeah, it's a terrible plan if I ever draw a hall. I just mill them with... Because I cast 4 pieces and I milled 20 cards from my deck, so... They ended up in my graveyard. I guess 1 is still in my deck. Seems like I can find it. Yeah, so it's like they would just dive the hole for the most time. So the anger seems pretty shit over there. Forgot about the hole. Also played out with Sockens then. Is Pioneer still not on Arena? It's gonna be like they added to Arena. It's gonna be there in a few years. But I still would play Magic Online even if Pioneer would be on Arena, and they would also. Even if it would have other services, like, I don't know. This is a really stinky hand. Looks like you could use 20 extra cards in your deck. True. I've shifted away from Think main in favor of Off-Shredders and even Crackling Drake. Good versus Red-Black. Things are good out of the board when you need them. I only have one thing in the main deck. I net decked Nathan Stuer. Thing is also much better game 1 than it is post-board in the matchups where it's good. It's a pretty bad card against Red-Black, that's true. That much is true. Can put back Iteration or the Arclight Phoenix? I think I'll put back Iteration. Where are the Phoenix haters though? The ones of your Discord. Johnston, I think you're getting way too emotional about all of this. Those are just Magic the Gathering decks. Those are just tools that we're playing with. Don't need to get so attached. I too parroted that Phoenix is a bad deck because nobody seemed to play it, and I assume that is because it's a bad deck. A do której jest czynna?
Do 21.
To możemy, a do gdzieś jakoś blisko, daleko?
Na Świętym Marcinie.
No to możemy tam się wybrać.
O 19 skończyć? Takiego może być?
Której?
O 19?
Yeah,
Godzin?
yeah, yeah.
Nie. Potrzebujesz czegoś?
Yeah.
Okej.
How do I think 4-color control is gonna look like now? Slimmer. Thinner, slimmer, yeah. Wait, was here on control? What else if not control? It's not the most control of decks, but it's definitely is a control deck. You act like you didn't cry when they banned KCI. I did not cry, but I was heavily distraught. As Grisfang. So we might die next turn. But hopefully we're not gonna die, and I'll take this turn to tap out for my pieces of the puzzle. Ta 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 ta. Beep pa 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 ra pa. There you go, Grizzly Salvage, mill over Parhelion Parhelion II. Grab Grisfang their hand and kill me, no. No Parhelion II. But yeah, red-black. For red-black, you would prefer to play Crackling Drake than Thing in the Ice. That is true, because Crackling Drake is a vaguely good card against red-black, and Thing in the Ice is a vaguely bad card against the other deck, the red-black deck. But also, how much red-black there is, bros. It's not that much. Did I try to play my KCI deck without KCI after they banned KCI? Yeah. A bit. I'll hit a land. Will I? I think I do want to hit a land. Awesome. They discard spell doesn't work. If they discard my axe, then Fiery Impulse gets the thing. Maybe I should discard the axe. Then I have the Phoenix in my hand. Probably gonna discard the iteration with the axe. I did play with a Grinding Station Semblance Anvil deck immediately after KCI got banned. So I for sure attempted to play that. I actually 5-voted that deck, and then like the Semblance Anvil got much more expensive, and then pretty funny. I probably should have set the pathway to red. What if they have a Greasefang and a Can't Stay Away? Isn't it better to kill after trigger so Parhelion goes back to hand? I keep forgetting about that. I haven't played against Greasefang enough to make it natural to check for that line, but you're absolutely right. It'll be a much better line. Which means we're safe now. Can let them return the Parhelion now. Because their only thing to crew is the Greasefang. So we can fix their mistake. Went from 2 to 10 euros, bought 4 of them, never played them as the deck proved to be terrible, exactly. It was like that, yeah. Don't want to quite tap out for the Ledger Shredder. Do I think Cascade decks will be less played because of the Yorion ban? I don't think that will be the case, really. Okay, we milled March, which is okay. 13 cards in the graveyard. With an extra land, you can take 2 turns. Can't quite do too much those extra turns yet, but yeah, Focal was like really minimal in how it distorted the game. It was also minimal in how much it was played. Like I think online almost nothing changes. It was just so few of those decks. I guess we do the thing again, right? Would be funny if they had +1, +0 and they crewed the Parhelion, but it's crew 4, right? Yeah. And Focolor in some form, like Omnav decks are gonna exist. They're still gonna be pretty shit, like they used to be. My opponent needs to discard Parhelion again. I think we want to hit land drops most importantly now to perform the Galvanic Irritation combo. So we're gonna come on, college boys. Let's discard the pieces. I could cruise. Leaves me at 11 cards in my graveyard, 2 of which I don't want to touch, so enough to trespass. With iteration keeping the Phoenix. If we hit a land, we keep up the impulse anyways. They make the angels. I mean, they need to both discard Parhelion II again, and they need to get the Greasefang back on the battlefield, and I need not to hit a red source. And they may Shredder Grows to block one angel. And Find Spire, blah, yeah. Of course, also an option. If they Thoughtseize away my trespass, that's kind of destructive. 2 Thoughtseize in the graveyard mill, though. I think the iteration trespass combo is far too slow for all of these aggro decks in the moment, so I've only trimmed on those 2 at Drakes. I've been really happy with that change, as Drake is actually castable against aggro. Against aggro for sure, if you don't need the trespass, then it's good to not have it. It's kinda tricky, right? Because is that combo, like... Is that combo good against people? If they force away your interaction, you might lose. No, I think I go over the top of their angels. They need to force my interaction, put Parhelion in the graveyard, and reanimate it. Parhelion II in the graveyard, forces this, you know. So I would be more afraid of them to forcing this, really. Because there's no Parhelion, not even a Sika's Chariot to return. Poor opponent. Sika's Chariot. Alright, I'll kill it. What does the II stand for in Parhelion? I don't know. II. The II is the sound some people make when they are attacked by it. Ajajaj, Parheliona mi wrócił, ajajaj. Oj, byczku. I guess it wins. We would have 6, 6, 9, which is 12 plus 9, 21. Okay, we had lead though. So against Gurisfangu. Does Gurisfang run Graveyard Hate? It seems like once again I'm not quite interested in sideboarding except for the Rending Volley. Just play our creatures this turn. Yeah, I guess that's yeah. Well, that's a lethal too, but it's more damage. Is Abrade 2 mana intensive? I might sideboard it in. I think I'll cut the Spell Pierces. They seem non-excellent. Abrade
He's a phenomenal
helps with
control
the...
player.
Love you Browski less than 3-8 months BTW.
Unlicensed Force. I wonder about Young Pyromancer. It matches up super badly against Witherbloom Commando. Point is playing Eldritch Evolution. Spell Pierce is not actually that bad. Thing in the Ice seems largely unexciting. If we keep the Trespass combo, they make a board state, but on the ground and late into the game. Well, they literally played a Witherbloom command, so they might not be playing it, but they also might be playing it. They take out the commands. I don't trust you. Guess I'll just trim the impulses as their weaker removals, less reliable removals. Maybe the Spikefield Hazard, but I think it's a part of my mana base and of pieces mana base, so not a fan of cutting that. And Young Pyro doesn't seem super exciting anyways, just like can stop the Seeka's Chariot for a long time. But again, I guess Spell Pierce actually works. Again, Chariot, Hardcast, and a few other things, so it's actually pretty good. Pretty okay, rather. Let's mulligan this. Probably put back Temporal Trespass as a last card in my deck. It's actually pretty bad. I'd also put back a land or an axe. No, I don't want to put back the axe. I don't want to put back Consider. I'll put back the Trespass. I think it's just too bad. Oh. Temple Garden, bro. Every garden is a temple. Oh, they discarded Parhelion. Aye. Not quite interested in the hall. Lightning Axe is a little bit of a non-poggers card. But it's also a little bit of poggers. Not sure what are my exact thoughts on it. Tamiyo's safekeeping in their deck. I kind of don't want to be beaten down to death by this Raffin's Informant, but Canister versus Arespo speedrun is Triangle Arespo. I don't really want to be beaten down by those shitters, but I think we'll manage. Malvin. O kurka. Let's place this. Do we not want to impulse? I think for now I can take a hit or two. Taking a hit or two is not game over. I just need to not die. And I want to be safe from shenanigans. No Paweł, wiedziałem, że tam Paweł. I think we can go down to 9 damage. And then hit once we're in a comfortable spot. We can maybe pieces of the puzzle next turn with a mana up to... I will die to Tamiyo's safekeeping, but how many safekeepings can there be? That's about the only thing I'll die to. So I'll take the pieces of the puzzle. Phoenix in the graveyard. I mean, another axe and chart. I think. Don't want yet another pieces. I think it will be a bit clogged with them to remove to custom. Here in combat we can impulse the informant. Here you could spell pierce to play around Tamiyo's safekeeping. Can get hardcast chariot next turn, but I think its biggest imperative is to survive dodge, like safekeeping, protection, line, Nissa available. Take my extra portion of damage. Ooh, another spell pierce is awesome. Alright, let's puzzles again. Pass with 2 mana in combat, attack the creature. Then next turn we go for a big turn. Assume we have 2 spells, so we can impulse. I think he has that safekeeping, but I doubt he has 2 safekeepings. I think I want to keep spell pierce for the chariot hardcast because it might be relevant. Or even the like 5 mana tap out for can stay away hardcast. Because I'm going to down to 3 life. Actually, Witherbloom command range, that is. Land, creature, land, spells. Duro, 3 cardos. Lightning axe, this. Pow. And Spikefield Hazard. I think well, does it make sense? I think it does. Spikefield Hazard this. Get the Phoenixes, keep up 2 interactions. Attack with 1 Phoenix. I don't want to fall into Witherbloom command drain range for no reason. 1 life is just fine, but 0 life points is not where I would want to fall after a Witherbloom command. And I think the list from the internet that we've looked at, Pioneer, Ryanair, it had exactly 2 safekeepings, yeah. Maybe Greasefang is boarding, or at least could be boarding the... Well, here goes the command. Maybe Greasefang could be boarding the Trespasser against Phoenix. It could probably actually be pretty threatening. Skyclave Apparition. Oh, wow. Sure. How much you gonna attack or not? I can bottom it. I'm not gonna get to the cruise, to the trespass anyways. I think I'll bottom. Wymienił stryk siekierkę na kijek. Now the spell pierce works still against Can't Stay Away, so it's still probably a valid card to keep and still counters the chariot. So probably discard opt. I see I've stacked your deck with opt effects, yeah? This doesn't really help and does not answer Greasefang if we need to answer Greasefang, which we might need to answer Greasefang. So we're kinda weak to some cards now. We are kind of open to a Greasefang on this turn. Kończyło się babci sranie, trzeba było zabić wcześniej tego gnoja, to bym miał życia trochę więcej. No Greasefanga i tak nie miał życia, ten na jedno wychodzi. Weak to most cards even. I'm not sure about most cards. I'm weak to Greasefang, but that's really about it. Next time we draw 3 cards, draw step and chart a course. Incoming Witherbloom command. Sure, but that Witherbloom command is not most cards. There's probably just one in the deck. Woodka. Mean, I guess it's makes Phoenix into an out. That kills. There's no cards in hand. Arclight Phoenix, nice card. This is 10. Wait, 6 plus 4 is 10, yeah. Alright, 2-0, 2-0. Never ever have I played a match of Magic the Gathering that has been easier. Except for... actually, it wasn't that easy. It was a pretty cool match though, because, well, I won in the end, but... I'll take a quick bathroom break and I'll be back in a moment, broskis. Breya. Ethereum Shaper. Is that really just a human? No, because it didn't fit. Legendary artifact creature human. What about other legendary artifact creatures? Pipeline. Legendary artifact creature. Golem. Necron. Robot. I don't know this Transformers, bro. First strike, remove one or more counters from R key. Deals that much damage to target creature. Convert R key. Acrobatic coupe. As long as your turn, this vehicle is also a creature. Blaster Combat DJ. What? They have Transformers, so transform into a... Tim, yeah. What is this? This guy is so happy. It's a boombox, yeah. Brooding Clad is just an artificer, just a construct, just a golem. Cyclone is the saboteur, bros. I don't know any. This is a human wizard. Look how cramped the type line is. It barely fits. They had to make the Chonka smaller.
He's a phenomenal control player.
I think we mulligan this. GL Francis plays Eugen. I say hi, not knowing who my opponent is. That card is representative of Canister's Twitch chat. At first we come in and we're happy and we're chatting, but eventually we stop chatting and just request. Did I see the modern win percentage chart? Yes. Have I ever carried a boombox walking down the streets of Poznań, Kaniki? No. I never did that. Consider for lands. This goes to the graveyard. This goes to play. Second pieces of the puzzle next turn. How do I think Omnov is going to do without Yorion? Well, probably worse than it did with Yorion, which was not that great to begin with. On Magic Online, where I live, it's no changes because nobody played the card anyways. They exile the spell. So Graveyard Trespasser is such a problem, bros. Should I Lightning Axe the question? Discard Fiery Impulse and Arclight Phoenix, and then pieces on my turn. Because otherwise, if I mill over a Phoenix, I get punished. They play Shoulder on the next turn, I'll get screwed. Let's say Fire Axe. It's painful, but I just have 2 red lands, so that's a bit stinky too. Disorder. 2 phoenixes. So if my opponent plays Shouldered, we can opt for a blue land, iteration, fiery impulse, scale, get 2 phoenixes, take 4 damage. No, pass. Wow, cringe, bro. I can't go one iteration a treasure cruiserino. Kurwa mać, no. So what is their hand? It's just removal. It seems like 5 cards of removal. Probably should cruise for 3 mana or something like that. Or for 2 mana. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 3 mana. Because I will need this to kill this anyways. Yeah, yeah, let's for 3 mana. I can maybe hit a land that's untapped. Kurwa mać! Ja pierdolę, I exile not my legislation. Okay, we didn't hit a untapped land anyways, it's fine. I let my creature in my graveyard over the Fire Impulse special magic so that they can activate Hive and attack, exile my Phoenix. That's okay. They don't play that anyways, so playing a 3 mana card. Liliana. Bros, this song is a banger. This card Spell Pierce. Is it really a Spell Pierce? Think so. Or a iteration. I think I'll discard a Spell Pierce. That's unlikely that it's like you can Spell Pierce a Stomp on a Arclight Phoenix. Opt. Kurwa no bros, I don't know. Should we listen to it an additional time? No, but you should listen to some other Kyoresu songs. Like Cruise is fine, can I say 1, 2, 3, 4. But I think I just want a land for my turn to be extremely powerful. That's not it. You have 2 Lukes and then a tapped blue land again. Hall and Spire Bluff don't work.
He's a phenomenal control player.
Hope you have a great day, and draw perfectly.
Could also give up and pieces. Why can't this hit Planeswalker? It's insane that it can't. Should print Fire Impulse that hits Planeswalkers because it's just insulting that doesn't. Nobody benefits from this. So ideally, I opt into a blue land, I pieces. Alright, let's risk it for the biscuit. I have 2 looks after all. 1 look. Biscuit has been risked. We got shreked. Honestly, not sure about the Sokenzan's inclusion in the deck. So already Spikefield Caves, and I think I sympathize more with those. But it seems like a red land mountain is pretty painful. And I'm suffering a lot this game because of the mountain. Yeah, pierdole bros, I can't do stuff. Discarding removal, I for sure have removal. It's pieces so that we can hit lands. Double creature makes no sense, I think. It does not accomplish anything. Pieces can find ops to fit blue lands to progress. Decent hits. Blue land spotted, but ironically, it's poor. Can discard Thing in the Ice and next turn go for Galvanic Trespass and Window. Net decked mana base FTL, yeah. I'm playing 2 Starve Coast Ghost, no Sockens and Bros. Even drew a blue land for the Iteration Trespass, which otherwise I wouldn't be able to. It's not even that good because I can't get the Phoenixes. Because of the stupid Sockens and yeah, Pierdole, how bad it is. Still, 2 turns probably good enough to find something. This is Mastodon. Sounds like Mastodon. Have you put any thought into Shadow Prophecy in the 4-color creativity deck? Yes, I even played a little bit with it. I think it's a good card against the grindy matchups, but I'm not sure those exist. And it's a deck with an already painful mana base. So a 3 mana lose 2 life draw spell is a bit sketchy. Remove 4-color and add Rakdos decks. Well, I did add matchups to the guides. I could expand on some things a little bit. You're right. Will you update your article on Yorion? No.
He's a phenomenal control player.
Okay.
Yeah, I should definitely like revisit the old guides, I guess, to keep them up to date. I've not played Living End super much though. Gonna kill my Shredder if needed. Not needed. It's whatever. Oh, 4 Phoenixes. Why not? Is 4-color 60 cards playable in Modern? Thank you, Churchy Adam, for the resub. I think 60 cards, 4-color, probably a playable deck because the cards are not terrible and you can win with them, but there is kind of nothing about the deck that makes me want to play it. So, in that sense, kind of less so. Certainly it's not unplayable, but I don't know if it's partly playable. Would you rather play 4-color with 60 or 69 cards? 60. Thank you, Ultimate Price. It's not untrue. So I don't really know how am I supposed to sideboard against red black. Maybe I'm not. The biggest question would be the young pyromancer man. Could you just play 80 card folklore to annoy what you see? Yeah, Iron Duke would be freaking fuming at the mere thought of that. Anger is an actual answer to Trespasser. Alright, so I don't want to play Thing in the Ice for sure. I am lukewarm about the prospect of playing Spell Pierce against the Thoughtseize deck. Although the answers Fable nicely, so maybe it's actually not that bad. And the Liliana on 3-2. So like I could bring those cards. The threats, somebody chat said that this is better than Shredder. Shredder is not super. I need some stuff. Lightning Axe is pretty poor probably. Except for Shieldred. This answers hers. Used to set out Trespass and Galvanic. I think my list doesn't have enough threats to do so. Fiery Impulse is kinda lackluster. The Anger of the Gods is kinda bad with Young Pyromancer. I don't know if I want to do that. I probably will not. Yeah, let's cut the second Trespass, I guess. I mean, although like Trespass is a threat, I kinda need threats. My list doesn't have threats much. Although, we'll see how it goes. Tymen Hospitalis. Imagine not discarding the namesake card of the opposing deck here. True. They shocked on a Blood Crypt, so we won't play a Young Pyromancer. Are we gonna play Charta Course? We can keep this to trigger the Young Pyromancer. High Canister is upgrade playable. I think it's fairly playable, yeah. We play into a Trespasser on turn 3, right? Which is pain, but they got push. Well, they shocked the Blood Crypt, so I would even go as far as to say that they've got Stomp.
Ha ha, Phoenix goes brrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrr
No. Nie wkurwia ta karta. Yeah, I could passive upgrade, but I'm a risk taker. Hi, how much importance Lucky in MTG? Yeah. They also play Hearths, which make Abrade good. That's the reason why Abrade is in my sideboard, yeah. Take my pieces, stomp my Pyromancer. A bit painful. They do have 2 cards only, and I am the Treasure Cruise man from amongst us two. So I'll get rid of the Abrade in search of a Treasure Cruise probably now. Is Liliana a good card against Phoenix, or is it actually liability? Seems pretty good in a game like this. That could very well be pretty bad in a game that's a bit different. It's cast at EOT to search for the continue searching for the cruise. We found any consider. I guess. Cruising. I'm cruising. Chat, do you think Graveyard Trespasser is an overpowered card? No. Wow. Resounding no's. I think it's not a overpowered card either. It would be a ridiculous claim to say that it's an overpowered card. But it's kind of annoying, yeah, in some ways. It's good, like it gives graveyard interaction to in some places where it's kind of hard to get otherwise. So it's just fine. Let's go, what they're playing? Fucking boat, bros. Ja pierdolę, co im przyszło do głowy z taką łódką? Rozjebie mnie ta łódka, ja pierdolę. Is it normal? I guess I discarded my Abrade, I can't beat the card. I guess it is normal. Well, I know that it's normal for them to play it, but is it normal to sideboard it against Phoenix? But it seems pretty okay here, so maybe it is. I don't know. It's a bit of an odd card in the matchup, but well, I drew Treasure Cruise and got discarded, so I didn't draw 0 Treasure Cruise. I discarded my Bolt and Dumping Sphere is a combo. Well, we can Spell Pierce a Bolt. They keep Storms, which makes Young Pyromancer less than excellent. We haven't seen overwhelming amounts of graveyard hate, but this is also this is okay against against Stamping Sphere. Is Anger good against them? Anger is a fine answer to Trespasser and in general can sweep a few cards. But I also brought my Young Pyromonsters, which makes it tougher. I'll keep the deck as is. I don't have any ideas for changes. Maybe one less removal, small removal on the play, but I don't even have like anything great. I'll keep. We're up against the Thoughtseize deck, so I'll sooner die of Ligma rather than press the mulligan boot button against them. Tapped Haunted Ridge, turn 1, the most impressive of the moves. And here we go, simple. What's Ligma? Ligma balls. I guess the answer doesn't explain what it is really, right? It's what's Ligma? Ligma balls. So what it is exactly? Well, you know. We have a braid, so we have the boat covered. Ale kurwa do stompa frajerze, no wyjebany zostałeś po całości, zagrałeś jak największy fish. Mojego face up spell pierce'a. Yeah, I mean not necessarily, but we have the graveyard trespasser. But thanks to the discard a card ward ability. They have both. Should you have Keranos? Well, I don't have Keranos in my sideboard, but I guess. So we could Fiery Impulse this, discard this. Then I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 cards in my graveyard. And this requires 8, so we can't cast it. So instead we're going to Legia Shredda and probably going to discard the Trespass. Okay. I'm thinking of building Mono Blue Spirits when forced to play Pioneer. Is that a good deck? I think it's a playable deck. I don't hold it in a very high regard, but I also don't hold it in a very low regard. It's fine. Let's go, Liliana of the Veil. Kurwa, te trespassery non-stop. Feniksa usunę zawsze w tempo, no. Mordeczko. Zlituj się. It's fine though. Thanks to Ward discard a card, we can discard a card and cast a cruising. Ooh, value discard, nice. Wow, what are those cards? I think we're winning though. Pyro is pretty decent. It worked out this game. The spell pierce on the stomp really put my opponent on the back foot. And now they're just fumbling. And before they have extinction event, no way. Unless, haha, they shouldn't. They shouldn't, right? They don't have extinction event, bros. They fucking have extinction event. Okay, Kalitas. Kalitas pretty scary too, but what do you do? 4/6 or 2 flyers, and you don't kill the next one anyways. Imagine if it was shouldered instead. Yeah, I am imagining pretty hard right now. Discard the land every time. I think it's closer than what you're making it appear. I am leaning towards discarding land too, but... I mean, we don't really kill on the next turn anyways. Because this has lifelink. So let's go with the value move. I mean, probably just let the Kalitas through with attacks. Oh no. It's the Apocalypse. That means they don't attack. Phoenix means they're on 2-turn clock even through that. I guess if the Kalitas attacks, then I can attack with the elemental tokens back, so you're right in that sense. This is what, when they draw they gain 2, and upon draws they lose 2. This is lethal with the copies. I have 5, 6, 7 damage. If you draw a spell of the connive, it is lethal. Because Galvanic Iteration costs 3 mana. Oh, I guess Spikefield the card they block, that's true. Stay block, 4, 5, 6, 7. You're right. Which of the 2 4-drops on opponent's side of the board is harder to beat? True. Don't you get the bird back? Copying is not casting. Phoenix requires you to cast 3 spells. Copying does not do that. Well, you can kill my own guy. Bro, Sholdred is freaking amazing. So insanely powerful. I just can't put in words how impactful that card is for 4 mana. You see it on the opposing side of the board, and you know it's trouble. I mean, in many spots in this matchup, Sholdred could be actually very problematic. Keep selling my Sholdred, expecting the price to plummet, and the price keeps going up, yeah. I mean, it is, like, problematic at times in this matchup. But, you know, I think you'd also expect kind of a more immediate impact from your 4-drop often. Maybe there is something about 4-drops that I don't get. I shit talk Omnath nowadays in Modern, and people are playing Sholdreds. There's maybe some fundamental mismatch in how I view the 4-mana cards. Bolt would be nice in Pioneer. It would probably be the best card. Actually, no, I don't know. But if it would be the best card, but it would be incredible. No, it's the entire Magic community, yeah. Copium. Yeah, well, but I'm never claiming that it is not possible to get soloed by a Shoulder. It is a powerful 4-drop when unanswered, right? The problems are when it's the natural 4-drop downsides come into play, or when it is answered and you're like, oh, this card sucks, bros. This kind sucks. The thing with red black is you have a billion 3-drops already, so you might as well play 4-drops rather than play a 3-drop on turn 4. I think that's partially true, but also not fully. Because Fable of the Mirror Breaker actually kind of incentivizes more 3-drops, or 5-drops at least, but not really 4-drops. And then, like, the question becomes, do you think Shoulder is actually better than your 3-mana cards? And honestly, not so sure. But with Fable, it becomes easy to double spell with 2 3-drops. I found. Not immediately on turn 4, but the treasure laying around makes it so that you can cast 2 3-drops easily. 2 4-drop and a 3-drop is a tougher ask. But that's a pretty weird champ nickname, by the way. Why? I didn't expect a black land, a Thoughtseize on my land. Honestly, that's pretty unkind of them, but they got me good. I guess. Fable, I think incentivized cost at pair with your removal suit. So 3-drops and 4-drops in red black. Yeah, it's also pretty easy to go 3-drop and a 2-drop with Fable, etc. Oh, 8/8. ZZ. Sure. Interesting choices indeed. Yeah, 3-drop plus a tapped manlands. It's allegedly Nazi code. It's like some like references. 8/8. Some stuff. Baleful Mastery, so this is a control deck. Focus my graveyard, close to cruise in. I'm afraid that my cruise will not resolve the point has 3 cards in hand. Oh, I'm cruising, cousin. Suppose this Fire Impulses should get cybered out. It does seem like my opponent's playing a control deck of sorts. They only have 2 cards in hand somehow. I guess somehow they just cast 3 Thoughtseizes. So yeah, so the question is, as a Phoenix player, do you even fear Shoulderheads? Wow, 4 fuzzies. I guess no more fuzzies at least this game. Do you fear, as a Phoenix player, do you fear Trespasser or Shouldered more, right? Not sure. Like, probably, if I had to choose if my opponent plays 3 Trespasser, 1 Shouldered, or 4 Trespasser, I would let them play the Shouldered. I don't know. It's depends on the stage of the game. Well, sure. So, like, I mean, accounting to that, compounding, accounting for that already. Which one do you fear more? I'll keep the spell pierce up. I mean, they know about my spell pierce. Okay, what is this? This is a Phoenix deck? This is Shouldered Narset. Is Shouldered Narset a combo or a synergy? They got a cruise though. This is the Days Undoing deck that actually doesn't work because it ends the turn, so the triggers are not put on the stack. Oops. I have a piece of the puzzle. It's very disappointing the first time it happens. I think I cruise well, have the opportunity. I don't
He's
know
a
if they're playing
phenomenal
counter
control
magics.
player.
Paris.
Progress. Thank you, Apoliotis. Trespasser you can play around by not dumbing chickens till you're ready, unless you're trying to function only with Shredder. Yeah, well, it reduces your death. So there is that issue. Bro, Sledger Shredder is not so good against people with fetal push. Okay, how am I actually supposed to beat this? Fire Impulse. Good luck. Fire Impulse not hitting Planeswalkers is sad, yeah. I'll simply attack with the Legislature on it next turn. Play Strangle You Fool. Well, then you call me a fool whenever I need an instant speed shock. Generally, I wish they would errata Fiery Impulse to just hit the Planeswalkers anyways. Like, who doesn't want that? Play Literal Shock then, but then they'll play Greasefang and that's 3 toughness. Fires of Victory, yeah, that works. You're gonna cast EOT pieces, bros. It is the Shouldered Days Undoing deck, bro. Do you think my opponent knows? Or do you think they don't know? The Zenful stroke seems unnecessary, or rather no targets. Skip 2 axes to answer shoulder. I don't want to draw too many axes and thing in the eyes goes out. What was the decision to not play in the Fires of Victory ? Do I remember it in this deck like Yeren or 2? Well, I can't tell what you remember, right? Can't pry into your mind and see what's in your consciousness, but I net decked Nathan Stuer from the Mox. You won the Mox. But it does not have any Fires of Victory, which would be nice against Narset, but I'm not hyper confident in it being great overall.
Is there any way we could help Yellow What? My man is unironically playing Cancel in Pioneer.
What cancel is he playing? I mean, if he wants to play cancel, then can't stop him. It's his decision. I think we can do this. Would you report opponent for his nickname? No, I also never report people. Since a sabotage is his cancel of choice, yeah. I stopped net decking this small number of players decks a while ago because the numbers are weird a lot of the time. Yeah. I think if they didn't play it, it means that they don't think this fucking Sokkensen bros. I already cut it for the extra Stormcraft cost. But I think you have to choose Spikefield or Sokkensen. Spikefield for the synergy with pieces is good. Also being a spare, but Sokkensen, no bros, don't play it. But I find it more likely that they thought that Fires of Victory was not a good card to include in the deck rather than Fires of Victory being bad against the expected metagame. Although probably the expected metagame didn't include Narset, which is one of the situations where you would want Fires of Victory, yeah. I don't know what I'm supposed to do. All my plays are terrible because I don't have the extra island. It might just be play Charta to try to find another blue to be able to function. Okay. Now we function. Let's discard the Egyptian spell Pierce. Now it's okay. I made fun of Gab for playing 4 cancel, then he countered a random spell of his cancel and said to me very smugly, "Now what do you think of cancel?" Sunglasses emoji. Yeah. Proved you right. Or wrong. Just proved you. Just realized you Well, it's not quite blue-black control. Normal control. It's blue-black. Shouldered Days Undoing. Took my pieces of the puzzles. Awkward. It's at the end of turn 4-6. what a trickster, bros. The combo does not work. And Days Undoing. And I guess it does work. That's why they play Quicken. So it actually works because you quicken it and you cast it in their turns. It's just a 3-card combo. The 2-card combo doesn't work, but the 3-card combo is just fine. We take that back. Their deck is actually more well thought through than we imagined. Definitely worth it, yeah, definitely. Is it like, I don't know, am I supposed to counter an op at some point to not get stuck with my spells? Probably not, because Narset exists. And also I can protect Cruisin'. Might die with no value, but Quicken is 0.5 cards. Sure. Well, you need to have it in your hand, and it's 2.5 if you draw. Well, no, because you'd go down the card from Quicken that you just drew. If you cast Days Undoing, because you go to 7 regardless, so you're wrong. Alright, I guess we dead. Can't win. Well, we need to draw the axe, so... Just take 12. What's the big deal? Plus, we're taking 12. Shouldered's so bad. So bad. We did not draw the axe. Oh shit, bros, we did not draw the axe. Emergency. No axe. Ay, 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 ay. Ay, 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 ay. Ay, 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 ay. Purple Master. We drew the axe though. So that's really based, but this is Excel my Phoenix, yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah, Excel Phoenix, yeah, yeah. Just might as well discard the Steam Vents. Shouldred's so good, right? So good. Actually winning now. Why would I take consider over trespass? Because they thought they'll kill me. They should have just fought ceased first. You steal like a bacon, my friend. Co to kurwa ma znaczyć? Się zawsze zastanawiam. Co to jest za pierdolenie? I powiem literally just ordered their cards the other way around. So, I mean, they just entered this game. Let's have free access though, because it seems, I mean, I don't know. It's pretty bad against Footsie deck to be left with two axes, but Sheoldred cannot stay on the battlefield for a long time. Maybe you can trim a Spikefield Hazard. Because the red mana is useless anyways against their deck. So it's not even a full land, because the red lands are just kind of half lands. What does steal like a bacon mean? There's some guys in the Twitch chat who will like say some phrase in Italian, and they like something roba uno cincin. They say it means steal like a bacon, which means they draw well, but I don't sympathize with them. And they say English only in the chat, and they say ay 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 o cincin una roba pesca una carta puta madre. So find your friends. I have no idea who they are. I don't think it's an Italian reference. Maybe it's Spanish. I don't actually know those languages. But it's some, let's say, language. Some Mediterranean language. Middle Earth language. Oh no, I thought this. We lose, bros. Yeah, I think it's robot Homo to Chinchin. It's Spanish, alright. It's Spanish then. Thank you for the clarification. I think we are not casting the Ledger Shredder for a while. This card is pretty bad, but I can discard with the Charta Course, so I'll keep it. Actually, let's play the Ledger Shredder and keep the dispute instead. I'm Italian, we don't say that. Alright, in that case, it's not Italian. We have settled that it's Spanish. Interesting tapping. Yeah. I mean, like, why would I need red, right? Point slams Sheoldred now. No. It's not Spanish either, then it's Portuguese. Maybe it's some other language. Maybe we actually don't know languages here. I kind of want to Galvanic Charge Course draw 4. I would turn my hand into a usable hand. The Mystical Dispute tapping out is pretty bad though. Guess I could, you know, they can play Shouldered anyways. They could play Narset, but then can have the Phoenix. They could Dice Undoing and undo my, I guess, card drawing, which puts what in hand? Puts Consider Mystical Dispute. Actually, let's keep 2 counters. Not interested. Wow. Bro, Slim Biscuit goes real hard. That sounded like Luigi die. Wow. Bros, are you gonna get a trophy with the Phoenix deck? Shouldered's so good, by the way. I didn't even lose that game with the Shouldered, lol. Shouldered. Shouldered. Bros, Sheol in the Hebrew Bible is a place of still darkness which lies after death. But she dreads it. She doesn't want to go. Imagine playing a color pair that doesn't have fast lands or pain lands in the Pioneer format. Yeah, that's a bit sad. Sheol is one of the last levels in Binding of Isaac. I think I haven't played it ever.
He's a phenomenal control player.
I know that at some point in Binding of Isaac they added a boss which was called Mega Satan, which I found to be a funny name. Mega Satan. Mega Szatan z piekła rodem. I would register a Dimir, Treasure, Cruise, and Sophia. With Darkseek Shores available, maybe, yeah. I mean, Dimir like Thoughtseize and Treasure Cruise is pretty good. But when you have access to black removal, you don't actually have any real ways to answer Fable of the Mirror Breaker, which is a little bit annoying. And probably needs to be taken care of. Is Stream Decker down this morning? Stream Decker is never not down, my friend. If it's not down, that's the odd occurrence, not the fact that it is down. Isn't that true for all kinds of removal? I think, for example, Stomp doesn't match up too terribly against Fable. You can Stomp either a part of the Fable and not feel like a piece of trash. So red black is better suited at answering. Red removal is better suited at answering Fable than black removal. Well, you can also Spell Pierce, yeah, that's also decent. I agree. But that's I think Spell Pierce is pretty iffy against a red black. I'm not sure if I should do that, but I think Spell Pierce is pretty iffy against red black Thoughtseize creature decks, right? Like in a evergreen. Maybe I could have ignored the creature, but I think that would be a way to fall behind. They happen to have a removal for this. I don't want Spell Pierce, sweet shit. Pyra is insane, Pierce is insane. Sure, bro. Well, it is insane until it isn't, right? They have no removal main deck. If I'm correct, they should have the maybe Brutal Cathar, Oblivion Ringman. But I'll just cast a Treasure Cruise next turn and win. Guess let's opt for 2 mana and then cruise. Doesn't really matter. Let's get more red mana. Doesn't really matter, I don't think I can lose. Well, I can lose probably, but I don't think I will. Would Fable be okay in the sideboard of Phoenix over Pyro? I played with Fable in blue-red decks. And somehow it very frequently disappoints in blue-red. It doesn't work all that well. I can't exactly tell you why that is, but it is like that. It works much better with this card than it does with counter magic. And the mana production feels like less powerful. And the backside is not really a powerful threat. Like, Fable of the Mirror Breaker is not an evergreen super powerful card if the backside is not a real threat. And it's a little bit hard to make it a real threat in blue-red. You can play Crackling Drake with it to do so, but then like it's a multi-card package and it's a 4-drop card that you're trying to support. In red-black, you have the excellent combo with a 2-drop with the Harvester, and that's just great. And also copying the idiot monsters also helps attacking for lots of damage because they have lots of power. Effectively 4 power on Trespasser and Bone Crusher. Yeah, also this card to draw 2 is less valuable when you're already playing cantrips, when you're spending your mana on cantrips.
He's a phenomenal control player.
Nice to see you try out Pioneer after the huge formats changes.
What changes? It's carry pieces against the Thalia deck. Arya was playing some number of Saheeli in the sideboard. I don't know who Arya is, but I think Saheeli is a legit card to play. What should I eat in Warsaw? Anything. And I don't have like any places to recommend in Warsaw really. When is Yorion Ban live already? What's the must try to eat though? I don't know. Bro, how about spending your time to try to build some 4-color unplayable control in Modern? Yeah, I don't care for unplayable controls. I'm not doing that, but I think you are implying that in your message already. Silent seems better, right? You would keep. I would keep if not Thalia. But just fall behind is one way to lose. How about spending your time to build some 4-color control on Pioneer? That seems more fruitful. Portable Hall, I guess, makes sense. Chef Cast consider. It seems like they don't have much. Doesn't make that much sense to me to play Saheeli. The worst case is they have pushes for Pyre, in which case you're down. But just playing Saheeli, you're also down a mana. Not really. I think the likelihood of them having more Thalia is high. Well, we still kill the Thalia. Well, it does have no immediate benefit to kill the Thalia. And given that they don't play stuff, I think the likelihood of more Thalia is present. Well, they have another Thalia, then my next turns are not better. Unless I will to heal end of turn. Just a viable route to an extent. This is mono white control deck. You learn a lesson here, always kill Thalia. Oh, killing the Thalia wouldn't have helped, especially if they have a second one, which we can 100% of the times we know they have another one. So you learn nothing, bros. Although maybe I could have not played a Shadow on turn 2 and kill Thalia on turn 2. End of turn and then untapped. So maybe I should have played a creature. I guess you can do that. You can say that, yeah. That's probably valid. And I could agree with that. With risk it as well since we're up a game, I guess. That's no reason to risk it being up a game. It's a flawed philosophy. You shouldn't think that way. You should make a play if you think that it's going to give you good odds of winning, and you should not make a play if you think another play is gonna give you better odds of winning. That's like, it doesn't matter whether you're up a game or down a game. Has no relevance, should have no relevance. On the play, Pierce is still bad. I think so. My opponent barely has any spells and they're just 1 mana removal spells, the portable halls. The human stack is always super excited to board so many portable halls that are really actually good. I could try to set up a Phoenix then, but I think just Spikefield hazarding this is it's a better move. Good draw. Can't lose now. Pieces, I thought that card was bad. I think it's pretty decent at fueling the cruise. So some more card advantage. Can still lose if they play Thalion, we refuse to kill it. Right, bro, so I refuse to cave in and like tell you that I made a mistake last game. I didn't. I played perfectly. I would never make a different move in that game in 1,000 years. You're all wrong. Sometimes I put my headpiece over my eyes and pretend I'm Cyclops from the X-Men. Let us try that. Bros, I can't see shit. Yeah, that feels good. Honestly, it feels really good. Wow, Westvale Abbey. Good block, but we don't casting next enough spells next turn. Can you please do it again? No. I literally physically can't. Not attacking, not blocking. Clearly, a punt was made. Well, I prevented my opponent's Mutavault from not attacking, so... What are the banned songs? Good question. They are songs that you shouldn't request. Simple as it. Bros, the blue-red Lesson deck was so shit compared to Phoenix. It's insane. Weird trade. I mean, I'm absolutely trading here. Why attack? It's to deal 3 damage. Otherwise, I would have charm blocked the helpful initiate and they wouldn't have gotten any damage through. But they also can't quite win, so, you know, why live is a question they might ask themselves. What sound does Arclight Phoenix do on Magic Arena? It was... Is Phoenix back? Did it ever leave in the first place? Yeah, maybe it didn't leave. We have acquired a trophy. Express Federation ban did hard the deck, true. I'm not sure if it's in the song or if Bułka is meowing. Kasia Bułka krzyczy, czy nie? A nakarmiłaś ją? Have I played any Jund in Pioneer? Not much. I played at least one league with Jund Corvold. Sacrifice. But it did seem like a good list overall, I think. Except for the Sokenzan, I would not play that. And also Ledger Shredder is generally kinda lame in Pioneer. Except for when you discard Phoenix exactly. You can open my Magic Online rewards boosters. They always give shit basic lands now. Wow, nice rewards. I truly feel rewarded now with a Portal, Free Kingdoms, Forest, and a Plains with a Acacia tree. Can open 11 chests for the 5-0, let's go. Pack one, pick one in cube. Any cube. The new amulet tag, I forgot about the guy. Probably not good though. Jan Jansen, Chaos Crafter. What the hell is that? A gnome. A Mardu gnome. Whoa! It goes infinite. Maybe Sprite Dragon instead of Shredder. No, Sprite Dragon would be pretty bad too. It's good at being a clock, but it's only that. Shredder is like... I think Pyromancer is the card that maybe is in contention. Grim Flare. I don't think this is a good artwork for a magic card. You can't see shit here. You can't see what's happening on this. It's like a stain of colors. It's like a cool art, but it doesn't really work on a small card like this. Surgical Extraction and Patron of the Kitsune. Fox Offering. Whenever a creature attacks, you may gain 1 life. Wow. Chad, would you like to offer any foxes? Yes, it does look like a colorblind test. That's a good point. Verdict Supreme and Fat Traveler. Commander creatures you own have exile up to 1 target tapped creature controlled anytime. Sure. Do you have to play this out? Next time I play Supreme Verdict, we're gonna play this artwork. Commander creatures, yeah, like how many you gonna have? Dengrove Elder. This card used to be a modern card. I think this is a card that I'm not exactly sure, but I feel like Johnstar lost to this card one time and then Com panicked on the Discord and was crying. I'm not exactly sure, though. Fun fact, usual color blindness tests do not work for all color blindness types. Well, how would they? That's not very fun. I'm not sure if that happened or if I'm confabulating right now, but feels like it did happen. Malady Emporium Master, Cat Devil. Cat Devil. What is it from? D&D? Free mana, free. Wow. Kurwa diabeł. Cat Devil is redundant, fair. Diabły małe. Another cat for Windgrace. Yeah, that's cool. Although Windgrace doesn't really have synergy with cats, right? There's also a Nekopara Cat Queen from one of the commander sets that makes cat dragon tokens. I just remembered Nekoru, not Nekopara. Nekoru, no, Vashitora Nekoru Queen. When deals command damage to a player, that player sacrifices a creature. If the player can't, you create a free black, red, and green cat dragon creature token with flying. Tokens are very cute. Let's check them out. Beautiful, is so cute. I hacking love Katerinos, bros. Well, I actually do like my cats, so I guess it works, like, unironically, but... We got a 5-0 with Phoenix. There's been 2 mono-white humans in the top 8 of last challenge. I kinda don't take that deck seriously at all. Looks so shit to me. I could try it today. What do you think? I think I played with this deck once and I played against a Mayhem Devils opponent and I died not only from cringe but also in game. Stood no chance. Or you could play a league with Keruga the Macro Sage. Although this doesn't seem like a great deck to me. cheats the Keruga requirement with Binding, Sky Turtle, and Bone Crusher. Ooh, I think this deck sucks. I think so too, yeah. Will you prioritize taking your stream viewers for the feature match at LMS Warsaw? I probably will not have that power. Or maybe I will, but then I won't. And there was a mono green deck who just played 3 Lost Strike Beasts in their flex slots. Which was interesting, but I don't really respect that. Lost Strike Beast seems pretty bad to me. I guess it's more 4+ power things for Kiora to draw with. At least I respect not playing the stupid Teferi and not just skipping that. Oh, same list again. They're using beasts to stop aggro decks. I understand that, but the aggro decks are also spirits. I guess against humans is pretty good. But one of the aggro decks is spirits, most importantly, and it just doesn't do anything there. I guess heroic, it probably helps. Not sure to what degree. Is it Pyromancer by TSP Endrek, 13th place. Makes appear divide by 0. I think it is true that Fable is not so good in this deck. But also, I think this deck doesn't actually have upside over Phoenix, really. What if I think about it? Well, I guess it has upside over Phoenix against Go Blank, but Go Blank is not super popular nowadays. How many Rakdoses in this top 8? Not many. Wait, 7? It won? Okay, I guess many. 2 Kalitas, 2 Shieldred. Yeah, but no Go Blank, so I guess Go Blank is like the Phoenix Side, so it makes sense. If Go Blank is cut, then Phoenix Side, Phoenix comes back. This type of a deal. Probably still not a great matchup for Phoenix. But what I like about Phoenix is that I can just win against people who play shitty creatures all the time, because I play removals and they die and then I go over the top of them with Treasure Cruise always. I guess Rakdos does a similar thing with against humans, right? I think we'll play with mono white because I don't grasp the mono white deck and I don't grasp what is it really. What's the deal with it? What is it good against really? Because it seems not particularly good against anything. White humans. I feel like mono white is waiting for the fast land to be a real deck. You would want to splash Reflector Mage. I think Reflector Mage sounds solid. Company. I think the appeal of mono white is how cheap it was to build. I mean, I don't know. I think the Pioneer decks don't really. Like 200 tickets, I guess this is 4 times as expensive. It's not, I mean, I don't know. I don't think that plays a huge role in Modo. Because challenge is also expensive to enter, so you. Would you enter them? Yeah, like every aggro deck is kinda good against Nice mono green. This seems like worse than heroic to me, but I'm also a heroic enjoyer. I have to eliminate the planes that we don't like. Can cut this. Can cut this. Can cut this and this. We don't actually have much space for the planes. Cut this. Cut this. Cut this one. Keep only one of those. We need Dracula Thalia art. I think it is not available on Magic Online. So I would want to play with it, but I can't. New Secret Lair Pog. Reflector Mage. Jack Hughes Magic. Or else I don't know who's Jack Hughes. Liliana, Adaptive Automaton. Zemi, Lordy of Scrolls, random cards. No one needs, and Reflector Mage. Cool. Caster, can you sign as high as the singer? I put back my headphones, so I actually can't. Why doesn't Wedding Announcement have a white and black version, bros? It's a shame. Why is it 15 tickets? Ja pierdolę. And Adeline is 8? Wow. Are you gonna play a league with humans? Are you excited, bros? Are you thrilled to play with humans? I'll take a quick break first. After many minutes, we have proceeded with the game. Face. Light up? Sure. Face seems extremely weird jump. I play Thalai. Face is the place, you say? Yeah, for sure. Although it's kind of something that helps me recover from the mulligan. They don't have a removal. Skewer the critics. Maybe putting on Kithion was the move. Not sure. Alright, let's play a 2-drop. While slashing the Thalai. That is not so good for me. I think I can tap. I don't want to attack too much. Or you had sworn off this deck. I think it's pretty bad, or rather like it's not a deck that attracts me in any way. But it performs sometimes, so I'll play League with it. What deck are you attracted to? I guess Phoenix much more so, yeah, than this, for example. What about Greasefang? I find Greasefang to be pretty cool. I'm attracted to most Vaporeon and Gardevoir decks. True. So my sideboard is cards. I don't find Brutal Cathar good whatsoever against a shock deck. Might be a Chain Wheeler deck too. It's an Obosh deck, so I guess it is gonna be a Chain Wheeler deck. Should be waiting announcement. Alright, let's do that. Thalia Heretic Cathar is a puzzling card. I'm not entirely sure what is she supposed to be included against. Against non-basing lands, just to tap them, maybe. Lotus Field Egg, but doesn't do anything against it. Is there no good Merfolk deck in Pioneer even with the new Lord? Well, if you go to Scryfall and search for Merfolks available in the format, you'll quickly find that there is no Merfolks that are worth playing. There's no 1-drops, there is no 2-drops, there is nothing in Pioneer that you want, no playable Merfolk cards. If you go Advanced Search, Legal, Pioneer, Typeline, Merfolk. Sorted by mana value. The 1-drop options are Benthic Biomancer, Kumena Speaker, and that's about it. Mistcaller, I guess. Pretty good against creativity. Solid hate, but against creativity. And then 2-drops, I don't know what you're gonna play. Harbinger of the Tides, Merfolk Blanchwalker, I know Deeproot Elite, Mistbinder, Trickster, Silvergrad Adept. I can find some nice 2-drops. Tide Miner Mage for... I mean... there isn't actually many options. There's actually few cards that you want to play. And there's 2 lords. So there's overall like no reason to play the Merfolk deck. We are going back to Ixalan, yeah, maybe. Damn, the set is called Caverns of Ixalan, so Cavern of Souls reprints. So true. Watch him all skip the song now after a minute or so. Right, mono white seems excellent. Batman interrogates the Joker, The Dark Knight, 4K HDR. Bros, Heath Ledger, man, Joker, so good, right? And relatable. Which one to play? Black and white one or the face one? Let's go with the foil face one. Bros, did you know? I'm not 100% sure, but did you know that I think it is cheaper to buy an actual set of beta than it is to get a set of beta from the $1,000 packs? I don't think they have a great response to another lean here. Which I find funny anyway. But I'm not sure. Do you mean statistically? Yes, if you would to want to buy enough packs to get a full set, you'd could just buy the entire original set for cheaper. Yes, that's what I mean. That's the same for every Magic set, I think. No, well, but you can buy actual beta, not the non-tournament legal beta. Or maybe he meant, maybe it was about collector's edition. Okay, maybe I'm saying not roofs. But it does sound so weird to me. Because if I had money for 1,000 packs and I liked old cards, I would just buy the old cards because they cost a similar amount. Maybe I don't. How much does how much does a tropical island cost? Let's check. So ugly. It's not even an old card, right? It's like sometimes an old card. I guess we won't find answers here, but yeah, Beta Lotus is 50k and it's 50 packs. Although a set of beta is probably expensive. I think Wedding Announcement is a card because my opponent's playing grindy. Brutal Cathar seems poor. Let's resubmit. I don't even know what's international edition though. Are you a fan of New Age old border cards? They do look jarring. Maybe just because you're used to them looking a certain way, but I think they just kinda don't mesh well objectively. But yeah, Revise is going to be wide border too, right? So I guess you might not like that. Dauntless Bodyguard and Extraction Specials is a nice combo. Just playing some weird Grixis deck and we're missing a 2-drop. My deck sucks now. It will sell out, you already know it will. I mean, I don't, but maybe it will, but it is weird for me nonetheless. Because I don't understand. Just don't understand it whatsoever. Shouldn't have played the Fascia Dunes, but it's fine. But I'm thinking about it sometimes, and I just have immense trouble constructing. What is this guy they push? I just have immense trouble constructing a perspective different enough from mine that's where the person would have wanted to buy the product, and I'm falling short. It's not even good. Same, but every said, yeah. Well, I can understand that. Yeah, I mean, I get it that it's for like that is for speculators or for openings, but oh shit, it's pretty good with Kiki. Guess we did. But I just scanned anyways. Or I can beat the hostage taker. With Kiki, I have no removal on my deck. I don't think I really want removal on the play though. I'll just curve out. I failed to curve out on the draw, so I'm gonna die. So I died. But if you are a speculator, then you are speculating that you're going to actually sell it to someone at some point, right? So then there would need to exist someone willing to buy it for more than you bought it for. I don't know. I guess like NFTs, just other speculators. Bros, it's gonna be worth more, buy it now. But it feels so weird because you could just buy the normal version of the card at this point. The product is only to gain $90 million in 1 minute for Hasbro. Well, there would need to be $90 million willing to flow to Hasbro for this. Bros, I think I'm mulligan. Okay, this curves out, nice. Go 1, 2, 3, pow pow. And also, from Wizard's perspective, don't you have to believe that like if it was $100 for a pack for like the like packet that they're saying for 1,000, they would sell it for 100. You have to believe that it wouldn't sell tenfold then, which it's also hard for me to say because it doesn't sound unreasonable for it to sell tenfold if it's actually real price and not like off the wall just baffling. It being so expensive is the only reason to buy it. Yeah. Here we go, Adeline. It's the MTG equivalent of salt-based gold-coated steak. I don't know what's that. It's an actually gold. Sure. I wonder if the same product sold in the regular standard set quantities and prices would do well. I'd assume yes. Yeah. I don't. It's just so weird. Because what is the biggest order somebody's gonna put on those 30th anniversary cards? How many is going the biggest whale? How many will the biggest whale get? $69. Is it just whales though? What about speculators? Well, a speculator, I mean, sure, the speculators, but also like you need to have a pretty decent, you need to have a pretty large amount of money to speculate on $1,000 packs, right? If you want to buy large amounts. If you're loaded, why the fuck wouldn't you just buy reserve list cards instead? Yes, that's my biggest gripe. That's what I don't understand. Why would anyone buy this over the real cards? What incentive? Postman will buy them all. Yeah, probably. Sets freaking suck. I think I mulligan this to have a 1-drop, 2-drop, 3-drop. Yeah, that's good. Put back the Brave because I can't carry without carry with it anyways. I think the only correct thing for the community to do is to hunt down anyone who purchases these 30th edition packs and kill them. I think that is morally wrong to murder. Especially for a reason such comically irrelevant as this, so I would disagree. I'll trade humans because if we don't trade, then a person with Brave can just attack through the other one. This is a flip purchase just like the Mythic editions. But you have to flip it to someone. And that someone will again be faced with the same choice. Can buy this. Or can just buy the real cards instead. If you're interested in the collectivity of it. Maybe not. Maybe you're not interested in that. What if you can only afford the fake ones? Well, from what I understand, they are in the same price range. To get a dual from I get, well, maybe I don't know how much a dual from beta is. I'm not sure if I'm right. We lost. No, I guess Salia is pretty good. First striker. Now the Brutal Cathar is gonna be a Brutal Cathar knowledge, clownage rather. So every time Brutal Cathar hits, then it's gonna hit super hard from the other side too. We could attack with the Dauntless Bodyguard too. 7.5k-ish for a beta Underground C. Yeah, so those seem like a... Like, how much is a Steam Vents? I'm not sure how often you open duels in those. I guess let's say like Steam Vents from the original set, but you can also buy an Underground C from Revise with white border unless you care about that then. But then I don't know. I don't know, bros. I think we have to let this through. People are willing to spend a lot of money on 2 Life, true. What if I attack with everyone? I think it's good for me. Damage wise. Cool party. I have no expensive cards. The most expensive card I own is probably Renin 6. I only have a modern collection and Pioneer collection. It's decently large, but it's also unpimped non-foils. I mean, I have random foils, but not expensive foils. That's surprising. Well, I have a collection of cards to play with, and that's kind of mostly how I view them. Pro players rarely own cards. Yeah, well, I enjoy playing the game, so I do. Nice play. Would you lie about not having expensive cards? No, I wouldn't, I think. Why would I lie? Buy any cheap beta cards and compare it the same from the set, you will see how bad it compares. Sure, whatever. But like you can, the point is that beta is the exclusive print. And in beta you can get Lotus, you cannot get Lotus in outside of beta. That's the point, I guess. The more power 9. But yeah. I mean, pro players rarely own lots of expensive cards because traders will sponsor them for events and loan decks. I don't think people really get sponsored by traders, but I don't, and I never did, and I never like got cards from Haruruya or any other kind of sponsor, but it was typically no issue to loan decks. But I enjoy having a modern collection of cards. That's all. And I'll use them to play Wednesday modern tournaments at my local shop. Haruruya didn't offer you a discount even. No. Supplying cards was always my own quest. Point is using their Brave the elements to the maximum. Does ward trigger on abilities, bros? It doesn't actually say. Okay, we can know. Ward pay free life. You better know what it does. I think Magic Online could be improved by displaying reminder text about the cards' abilities. But yeah, basically to sum it up, I have trouble understanding why would a person be interested in acquiring a booster of the would be interested in acquiring the boosters of the fake set instead of buying real old cards from reserve list, even if they're a speculator or a whale. Hello, do you have any thoughts on Anointed Peacekeeper? Not really. Yeah, they have to have a target buyer, but I don't get it. What's a target buyer? I've seen a Solarian Community College video linked. I didn't watch it, but the thumbnail said. Magic 30th edition, anniversary edition. It's not for you. Maybe he has the answers. Rich people with small brain. Well, but rich people have big brains. Otherwise, they wouldn't be rich, right? So then they buy this over that. I don't know. Well, I didn't watch it. I meant that I maybe should watch it because maybe he has the answers, bro. So I was just reminded of that. So don't like shit your pants over the state of society. It's fine. What happens if I do attack with everyone? This blocks this. Get the 8. Oh shit, this doesn't grow anymore. I don't think I attack. Alright, I don't attack. Yeah, I guess. I don't know. And I said I understand the speculation and gambleman, but the speculators and collectors, but they just have an alternative that seems almost mono upside to me. But maybe it doesn't seem mono upside to them for some reason, but I'm just failing to understand that. Shouldn't you save your cards to double spell? You're right. Good point. That would be a great move. It's a good point. I'm looking to draw a Brave. Well, Kakanar, but you're just shifting the issue. I wonder why the person that is going to buy it for triple the price for some reason is going to buy it for triple the price. Why do you think that is going to be the case? One, two, three. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4. Because I'm searching for a person with an incentive to buy this. And I'm coming short. One, two, 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I don't get this. Oh. Maybe I have a heart, and maybe I'm stingy enough with money that I have a hard time imagining spending $1,000 or multiples of that just easily like that without thinking about the purchase before. And maybe which I think is probably pretty relatable quality, and maybe I also maybe I don't know. Because you are dirty poor, yeah. Like and subscribe. Twitch Prime lets you subscribe to your favorite streamers for free and support their well-being. It's as easy as clicking the subscribe with Prime button after you have linked your Amazon Prime and your Twitch. Remember, if you don't spend your Amazon Prime, it's gonna go to Jeff Bezos. So it's lame, right? Its controller controls the same name as that token. So declaration seems useful. Seems like random one drops
He's a
don't really do
phenomenal
anything.
control
Soldier of the
player.
Pantheon seems pretty shit.
Use your prime plebs.
Wedding announcement is a pretty big card. Thalia, I need at best one. Extraction Specialist being a lifelinker seemed pretty useful. Wedding announcement lets me go big. I guess I should probably board into the wedding announcement. I mean, wait, first strike is okay, I just don't want multiples. Brave the Elements is okay to punch through, but not super. Like the Kythians and Hopeful Initiates are pretty shit too, honestly.
He's a phenomenal control player.
Vast too, thank you very much for the sub. They did at one point offer a complete set of beta plus 60 lens for $50. Like at the beginning. Let's mold this. They kept Soldier of the Pantheon. So yeah, people telling me that it's gonna sell out and they're gonna hate every minute of it selling out, but it absolutely will sell out. And I hate capitalism, but from the capitalistic point of view, it makes no sense to me. Even if capitalism bad, then under its rules, it seems to make no sense, but who knows? Capitalism good, actually, yeah. Costs next to nothing to make tons when you sell one. What's not to get? The demand. What is it? What's the target? What is gonna be the demand at this price point? They bought it in Thalia, Heretic Cathar. Wow, very nice. I'll declare. No. Yeah, protection from white. I guess they don't draw cards, so actually I'm up a card. Content creators who want to make I spend $10,000 on proxies videos. Sure, so like, yeah, but I don't know. How many can sell in this way? Doesn't feel like too many to me. Just a few. Like barely any. Declaration seems pretty meh in this matchup. Yeah, it seems pretty shit actually. Up to the point where the board stalls, but then there's also Brave the Elements. But it's also a pretty bad card in general. I probably should have bought it then, maybe. I thought I wanted a bigger deck, but doesn't. Who knows? How much does it cost to produce these? I wouldn't be surprised if they need to sell 50 to come ahead or something. Yeah, okay, I understand that, but also... Is there a point where... Like, wouldn't there be a point where you could sell many times more for a bigger profit than... Which is also what we should be considering under the lens of capitalism. Because there is an assumption, like, if they price it like this, there is an assumption that they wouldn't send tenfold had the price been 10 times lower, right? Which is hard for me to imagine. At the end, just checking what they can do. I guess I'm fucking dead on board. 5 damage. Alright, Declaration is ass. Brave the Elements seems okay for combats. I'll keep 3 and I'll have the Kithion and I'll have the 1-drops. Wearing Announcement seemed ass. Bought Natalia. Seemed pretty good on the play, honestly. Bullied me pretty hard. Maybe Extraction Specialist is bad, but I didn't feel bad. I have one wedding announcement for the grindy matchup. For the grindiness that is going to ensue sometimes. Don't too many free drops. The real target audience is Rudy will buy 100 boxes and put them in a warehouse. Sure. Maybe it's just an experiment, yeah. Just more so data gathering rather than a money making operation. That makes sense. Ferrari would sell 10 times more if they were cheaper too. Then again, we come back to the fact that there is the alternative on the market for a person who buy, because you can buy a Ferrari without an engine, or you can buy a Ferrari.
He's a phenomenal
And they're
control
roughly
player.
the same price. So like, what you gonna choose? I guess you might buy the one with no engine because it's, I don't know, something. Have you played VVVVVVVV? No, I don't know what that is. Is it a game? I assume you said play, so probably. This deck is all the mono white decks since some years ago are just so glutted on free drops. It's terrible to play them. Alicia, thank you very much for Prime Gaming. Maybe they thought that they would sell only 10 times more if it costs 1/10, so this makes sense for maximizing the profit. Sure, but that we know what I mean, so don't like... Doesn't matter. I'd say 11-fold then, or whatever the production costs and marketing, etc. costs, the intrinsic costs are. The 7 Alliance from Bro will help the curve. Bro. I mean the actual card that's already printed. I thought you said 7 Alliance as in the 7 Alliance from the fake set. Yeah, I mean, it's still like you kind of want to play all the free drops, but maybe you don't. Seems like such a meme that every set has a good white free drop. Yeah, we do print lots of that. Is mono white good versus mono green? I think mono white is favored. I don't think it is by an unspeakable margin. But it is. Get you on. 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 Imagine playing with Oblivion Ring, man, in Constructed. Never know if those cards are powerful or just unplayable memes that give people fake sense of agency. I guess it was powerful against me right now, so it's playable, but it's been pretty good for me. Except for if they had their own, so it's pretty good, I guess. But if you left me and the game of Magic the Gathering and no one else and made me solve it, I would never have thought of putting Banisher Priest in my deck ever. But that could be said about many cards. And I think if you just put me on an island with Magic the Gathering 50 years to figure it out, the meta game would be some bullshit. And then a mono white aggro deck random would crash on the island. I would absolutely demolish me with just playing monsters on Carrifer, and I would be baffled. Be like, how you could do that? What? Bro, how? And be like, what do you mean? Savannah Lions go. I'm like, oh shit. This is the one scenario I haven't accounted for. I try watching Twitch on phone first time in a month. I have had 3 minutes unskippable ads in 5 minutes. Great website, good content. You can subscribe with Prime for free or without Prime for $5 to get rid of ads on my channel. I understand it's painful. Alright, is there anyone in the chat? Is there anyone in the chat who's going to buy a collector's edition 30 pack? Magic Online transition details. Magic Online will officially transfer from Wizards of the Coast servers to Daybreak servers starting at 9 AM Pacific time. On that day, uninstall the old client and after transition, download the client from the new mtgo.com website. Everything else inside the game will be the same. New help sites and forums are a click away once transition is complete. Extended downtime is expected. When is it? Tuesday, October 18th. Okay. You're gonna read about it full. I'd rather buy a hooker than that. I understand you. It resets your keybinds. Well, every reinstall does. So, unfortunately, seems like Niv miss it. Leyline binding. Chain to the cogs. Alright, incarnation. Yorion legal and Pioneer. It is legal, yeah. It's also not particularly great. Llanowar Waste, that's puzzling. O kurde, Fires ma. Widzisz ten?
Nie.
To nara. Oj, oj, oj. Once again, we got glutted on free drops. As this additional for my deck. Will we finally get a dark mode on MTGO? Hope not. For 1000 I would prefer to pay my gas/electric bill for 2 months. Well, but what if it's not literally your last 2000? you have access to. The first time you start MTGO during or after downtime, you will see a pop-up reminder to uninstall first. So if you miss the pop-up, it's done. All cards, decks, and other objects in your collection as a downtime will be copied to the new servers. Will they? Now I'm getting stressed. Keybinds will revert to default values. Casual games will be available for play once we are out of downtime. We'll have 1 day Super Jump League available for free entry once we get first go live. Okay. So they will shred my collection and they will provide me with a identical replacement, but I have to trust them that it's gonna work. Thinking of buying the boosters to resell.
He's a
Alright,
phenomenal
so we got the
control
first
player.
speculator. Or at least
Imagine
a
if
person
Modo was
thinking as
working on
speculator, which
NFT,
does
we wouldn't need
prove to
puny
me that they
server
exist.
copies and
So
stuff.
now I feel wiser. In a way. You were very right, Jacek. If it only was an NFT. I think I can win this game. They have a Orion, so I'll concede. None of my cards seem particularly good. Maybe winning announcement, but extraction special is not quite. I definitely want 1-drops. Brave the Element seems kinda poor. Brutal Cassar seems kinda medium. I think I would want 2 for winning announcement. Maybe I want the Thalia on the play. Just no Cathar, I don't need the Cathar. Decklist data for events in the first week following transaction will be delayed and reaching mtgo.com. This delay is needed to get the data pipeline running correctly. To improve client performance, you can take out the following recommended action. Clear out all non-league draft decks from the freeform section. 8 to 10 hours. Bros, I guess Arena stream on Tuesday. Or I guess Slay the Spire stream on Tuesday. Monster Train, I haven't played Monster Train. Cocking stream. Play some Genshin. I could play some Genshin, but Genshin is kind of a weird game to stream. I think I've heard of Monster Train, it sounded kind of fun. I really got into Slay the Spire. I'm like at Ascension 15, 17, 15, 15, I think. I want to get to Ascension 20 and play a bit at Ascension 20, but still a while to get to that. Is there an endgame in the Genshin game? Not really. The endgame is logging in daily to do your dailies. And every now and then there's new patches. Every 6 weeks there's a patch, and most of the patches add a decent amount of content to play, like new map to explore, Zelda-like exploration, which is the good part of the game to me. And the story progresses. It's largely like collecting purposes to place to collect the upgrades in a way. Many have complained about the lack of end game in the game. It is kind of true, but also it's true that there is no like, if you think about it hard, there's like no purpose to actually play, but I enjoy the process, so I guess there is purpose in that. So I've had a hot take about the lack of endgame in a recent video. Said Miao wants you to be left wanting more, so you play their other games. Yeah, I don't know. At first, when I played Genshin, I was like doing everything immediately, and I was hungry for new content, for more game all the time. But I moved away from that, and now I play it as a like side game, side activity. I do play it every day, and I do my dailies, and I do a little bit of the content that it's there, but like I don't even clear the entirety of a patch within a patch lifetime. So I wouldn't say I suffer from the lack of content in the game right now. You can play around the sweeper by keeping the monster. What sweeper? Still love Genshin, but I ration the gameplay to an hour at most, yeah. Yeah, similar. Well, I mean, sometimes I sit down and play for like 3 hours with this stuff to do in game, and I just feel like playing. But it's like less than an hour daily. Do the dailies and like maybe a tiny bit of currently available things, and then go pop out, do something else, like stream Magic the Gathering. Alright, let's read the second article that Zerk linked. A new day for Magic Online. Word from Chris Kreitz. While on vacation in August of 2028, my manager called me. Sarah Parsons. Hi, I'm Sarah Parsons. Hi, I'm Ryan Spain. Goals for Magic Online. Multi-factor authentication. That's pretty progress, actually. I forgot that Modo doesn't have it. Improved metrics and tools. Less visible to the players, but vital to those making the game. Play rewards. Battlefield automation. No. Leave it optional, bros. This is a keep? No, it's not a keep. This hand will never win. Why do I have 2 Ganju in my deck? That's surprising. That's why I draw it so often. Kulek, what are you shaking about? Co nie wiesz nawet. Commander update. fine. Play rewards. A great game to Magic is certainly sound. Remember, we want to address some no-risk incentives for playing beyond the fun of the game. Yeah, that does sound like Battle Pass or daily quests. Bros. Arena is arena. Modo is modo, please. Remember that. Otherwise, I will see my Magic Online daily quest, play 20 white cards, and I'll be, oh shit. I have to play 20. I have to play mono white in the challenge today to make my to fulfill my quest. Or I guess I'm gonna transition to a Genshin / Slay the Spire streamer again. No other choice. We are all doomed. Magic Online Transformers bundle. Sure. Magic 30 Cube Draft. It costs $999. We have continued our battle against win trading in our smaller leagues and found success with removing the extraneous join match button. Yeah, that was pretty good change. Actually, good change. So they can do nice stuff. Treasure chest revamp with Dominaria United was received well. What? What revamp? Anyone knows about the revamp? A solution presented itself to improve card availability for Pauper this summer, and we were able to deliver on that. What? What solution? Does Daybreak report to Hasbro shareholders? I don't know. Does what you see answer to what you see to Hasbro shareholders? What did the shareholders think about Magic 2030? Co to kurwa jest, no? Ja pierdolę. Jedną sztukę tego grałem na 100. Widziałem te listy. Mieli jedno takie gówno w deku. Wszystko mi usunął. No ładnie schował. Sobie też schował. No Elias coś tam. Fajnie, fajnie. Should have played other lane to play around this, but I didn't think of that. But again, they have one copy of that card in their deck probably. They gave everyone free cards from the commander set when they were very rare in chests. Okay. Like the commons with initiative, something like that. It's pretty cool. Also, temporary lockdown plus chain to the rocks. Is that a combo or a synergy? Wait, is that a Yorion? It's Pioneer. The mono white deck feels like ass. Has a bad care, bros. There's too many free drops. Too many free drops. Too many free drops is just the Pioneer mantra, yeah. Seg lives and dies by carving out, and it often doesn't.
He's a
There's
phenomenal
no point in playing
control
extraction
player.
specialists over literally
Really
any,
enjoyed your creativity guide. The deck is a
any
lot
one-mana
of fun.
card. Because it feels like you already lost if you skip your 1 or put a 2-drop. Seg looks like a printer ran out of ink, yeah, it's true. True. Flop the banana, thank you very much. There was a standard deck that was playing 9 of White Orchid. The standard mono white from Band Company times. The deck was super overpowered, super powerful. Should take a lesson from it, from how it was built. I'm not sure if 9 of White Orchid is a playable card in the format. But probably isn't, but the mono white deck is a little bit of a shitty curve. Let's play Athalia to punish my opponent for being a slowpoke. No, not the Orion. Just a white weenie with always watching. And Thalia's Loitant. Seems like Thalia is not gonna be too effective against an unclaimed territory deck, huh? Or is it? No play? What the hell? Yeah, I think it only had... It only had always watchings. And this deck has 10. The Yorion Healed Ballista deck played 9 of the White Orchard, yeah. But that was a different deck. I think it was also an 18 land deck or something like that. So I would try to model this deck more so like that. Special Contortion. Alright, now I'm confused. Also the choice of what got exiled is a bit interesting too. There was for sure a Yorion version of that deck. There was even a Yorion Inverter deck for a moment, but Inverter was so bad with Yorion. It shouldn't have been playing Yorion. Also, shall build my side, but it's useless. It's absolutely... Nice deck. This deck can play the Wandering Emperor. It's a 22 land Thalia deck that lives and dies by carving out. Emperor could be a sideboard card, but not really main deck. With Knight of the White Orchard, you could play the Emperor. But also probably a Gideon would be kind of similar but better. It looks like an elf deck to me, but they also have a main deck special contortion. I didn't play anything else, so who really knows? Although this seems like an elf deck. Yes, Gideon would probably be better than Emperor. That's just what I said, and that's what Twitch chatter said. Yeah, it's probably true. But also, again, this deck doesn't really have the ability to cast a 4-drop Planeswalker, nor the desire to do so. It is an Eldrazi deck. So I guess the protection from colors is kind of weak. Oh, I've got a legendary creature to cheapen this. Wow. Kytheon, Hero of Akros. Wish we had the Wandering Emperor here. Yes, exactly. Don't want a protection card against them. Instead, I'll have Redeclaration Stone and Thalia Cathar, I guess. Let's take advantage of being on the play of an excellent hand like this. Yeah, that's an excellent hand, bros. They move to 5. On turn 1, do I play a Soldier of the Pantheon or a Hopeful Initiate? I don't actually know. This will grow. This will attack for more. Let's attack for more. Sounds like a good reason. To grow the Hopeful Initiate, it's indeed hopeful. This trades for an elf, but they move to 5. I'm fine with that. I think that sets them back pretty significantly. Yeah, no blocks. Was expected. Can brutally Cathar the elf maybe next turn. LLO Canony. Yeah, LLO Canony. So holding up the removal spell maybe. Just play the Loitant. Sure, bro, you take 3 damage still. Can avoid that. Now it's time for them to play Thought-Knot Seer. Wasteland Strangler. No cards that are exiled, I see. Yo, Mr. Streamer, do you have deck chosen for main event Sophia or waiting for what Brothers War might bring? Well, neither. I guess I am waiting for what Brothers War might bring, but not really. But I'm playing Pioneer nowadays, and I'm thinking, what deck would I want to play? I think it's definitely likely that I'll play mono green Rakdos or blue red Phoenix. I'd want to play non-shit deck. One said insane. Not sure exactly what did they think was insane. Maybe it was just the fact that I had a removal spell man. Insane, bros. I got a 3-2 with the mono white deck. I will not play the mono white deck. It's pretty poor. It's like absolutely vividly unexciting. Let's go with Enchant Wardle, after which I'll be finishing the stream, bros. Hopeful Initiate. It is a creature. It's not a rare. It is not white. It costs 2 or 3. Therefore, we can name. What's the name? Merfolk Lord. Mistbind. Merfolk Mistbinder. It is a common. It is green or blue. It is a common creature from earlier than that. So let's name Sakura Tribe Elder. And we know it's a blue common creature from before Kamigawa. For 2 mana. So let's name a blue 2-drop creature common from Rise of Eldrazi maybe. Or New Phyrexia. Was Froming Bird an uncommon? Yes. The original printing rarity matters. Ogre of Bolas was an uncommon at first. Splendid Agent a common? Seems like. Blythed Agent. We know it's not Agent because it's not a human. But it does narrow the air. Between Phyrexia and Rivals of Ixalan. So the middle set is going to be Khans of Tarkir, let's say. There is a Naga common. You when ATBs you mill 2 cards, but I don't know the name of it. It's a 2/1 for 2 mana. Guardian Naga. Select with artifact or enchantment. Wow, nice adventure. Spellsource Sprite is too old. Yes, Spellweaver Eternal works. That's too close. Also, does it work? It does work, but it doesn't give me as much info as Sultai Schoolkeeper. It's in Fate Reforged. Sultai Schoolkeeper. I guess we know it's not a shaman, so we could have ruled that out. But it's between Fate Reforged and Phyrexia. You played Spellweaver Eternal and Standard. Congrats. What else did you play? Riddle Form? Soulscar Mage? Probably. M14 or maybe Dragon's Maze or maybe Gatecrash. Metropolis Sprite. Let's see. It's in Gatecrash. Good guess. Rogue. We had the Rogue ruled out, so we actually knew it's not that. So we're kind of wasting some guesses, but it's between New Phyrexia and this, so let's say Innistrad block. Jeering Homunculu. This is what? Conspiracy take the crown. You make gold target creature. I don't think Conspiracy take the crown was there. You're thinking of the homunculus from the other set, from the other block. We also know it's not Innistrad because it's not from 2011. So it's Dark Ascension, Avacyn Restored, Plane Chase, Magic 2013, Dual Decks Izzet versus Golari, or Return to Ravnica. So it's between Dark Ascension and Return to Ravnica. From Dark Ascension, Screeching Scab. It's the same card as the Naga. This works. It was Screeching Scab. Its screeching is the sound of you losing your mind. Sure. Thought its screeching is the sound of its screeching, but... Yeah, now I can go to guess the game. This seems like... Age of Empires. No, this is StarCraft. Yes. I didn't recognize this, but I also didn't even play StarCraft, but the crystals seem like StarCraft. So we have a few unplayed ones. We skipped a few days. We can go through them. This is Super Mario. What's the newest Mario? Super Mario Kurwa. Mario Odyssey. What's the fucking name of this game, bros? Mario Odyssey? Guess it's not Mario Odyssey. Kurwa. Seems like it's just not that game. Origami King, never heard of the game. Not even in there. Origami King. Alright, this style with duck tells me something. Do you recognize a duck? .81% Metacritic score. Let's type duck and we will find something. Duck Dynasty? No. Oh. Cooked, overcooked. What? How am I supposed to know after this? But it is overcooked the game. I tried playing it, it was too stressful, not fun. At the point it's to be stressful, but it was overly stressful and not fun. In a way that was not fun to me. It's a multiplayer co-op game, and you have to like do the dishes, and it's really easy to become aggravated and stop being able to verbalize stuff and be like, oh, bring me this fucking thing. And they say, which fucking thing am I supposed to bring you? I don't know, tell me. And you're like, no time. But not my speed maybe, but it's, I guess, fun in a way. This is, I don't know. Let's say Halo. I think Halo's already guessed many times. XEEE. XEEE. No, Control Point PC, that's TF2. You nailed it, bro. It was not Final Fantasy XC. I would have known if I seen this screen. Although I would have known if it's 1 or 2. I never played those games. There's also a board game of Overcooked out where you manually use a sound clock to time yourself. That does not really work. I think it's a pretty poor mechanism in a board game. I played something like that a bit with a clock like this. No one played TF1. Yeah. This seems like Crash Bandicoot. It was not Crash Bandicoot. Some kind of a bridge. There is a screw in here. Probably maybe Ratchet. Which one? Let's go Ratchet and Clank. Yeah, normal Ratchet and Clank. ...2002. 20 years old game, bros. This is interesting. Elden Ring, you say? I'll trust you. 96% action RPG. Damn, bros, Elden Ring was such a good game. This is some flowers, something laying around. No Man's Sky.
He's a phenomenal control player.
Strong guessing game. Nice music, by the way. This is a racing game, seems like. Vice City. No. This seems more like a racing game. Let's go Gran Turismo now. Arcade cabinet. Need for Speed 1, is that how it looked? Need for Speed doesn't even exist. Crazy Taxi. Anyone in here played Crazy Taxi? The original Levis store. Crazy Fru, combo free. Damn. Sounds fun. This is water. This is Final Fantasy XCV. Xi. No, not Final Fantasy. We see a wheel, a car, a barrel, so more modern times. I don't think it's Nier Automata. I think Nier Automata was already guessed, but yeah, this definitely isn't Nier Automata now. Last of Us already happened, but maybe I'm not sure. Far Cry sounds good with the palm tree. Suggest Far Cry 2. Let's go with it. No. Shooter, platform, PC, 91%. Far Cry 1 instead of Far Cry 2. Then where is Far Cry 1? There's just Far Cry Instincts Primal New Dawn 5, 6. There is no Far Cry 1. Compilation. Alright, let's go with Crysis. You nailed it. Far Cry 1 just doesn't exist. Okay, I would recognize this suit on the guy. I have played 10 minutes of Crysis in my life. And I have found the game hard as I died 5 times in a row and I uninstalled it. Can your PC run this game though? It was able to. But it was probably not in 2007. Alright, last day. This is Baba Is You. No. This is VVVVVVV. Alright, bros. This is VVVVVVVVVVVVV. Nice graphics. Yes, 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 yes. What a title for a game. Good puzzle game. Looks extremely fun. I also remembered one game that I wanted to play that I haven't ever played, and that was Celeste. I have never played Celeste, and this seemed like a game that I probably would have enjoyed playing sometimes. So I will add it to my list of games I wanted to play. When will MTGO be on this game, and how would you select screenshots? You would screenshot like this. Or like, I don't know if Magic the Gathering Online qualifies as a game. I'm not sure if it's a game where common definitions. It's a bit unclear to me. Bros, the song is so good. Cat jump and it changes colors. Got it. Give me the slivers. Yes, I brew around you, bro. Such a good line. Alright, thank you for watching today's stream. Thank you for accompanying me on today's journey. I will see you back tomorrow. Despite tomorrow being a Wednesday, I will jump in for a quick league or two in the morning. So, see you then. Probably gonna play a serious Pioneer deck. Will I engage in both showcase challenges this weekend? I will not. That is because I will be traveling to Warsaw to commentate over the Legacy Open, not Open, Legacy Closed, no, Legacy Showcase, no. Legacy. What's the name of the tournament? I will be commentating on that, right? Legacy. It's not actually Legacy, the format 2. LMS Warsaw. What is LMS? Legacy Magic Showdown. Grand Open Championship. Grand Open Qualifier. I'll be there. So, I will be there. If you are going and you haven't paid yet, you can use the code canister 10W for a 10% off, unless it's been used up. It's canister 10W like this. First 20 players get it. I'm not sure if anyone used it, so if you used it, then if somebody used it, then it might not be unavailable anymore, but I actually don't know. See you tomorrow, Nerderinos, and let's raid Yellow Hat who plays cancels in Pioneer. Congrats on the discount. Yeah, congrats to everyone who gets discounted. Stay hydrated, bros.